Twitch chat. Good evening. Welcome to yet another fantastic day of Hades for Iswith. Thank you for being, I think, present on the stream before I was. Very impressive. So one option is we'll start the game and it will immediately crash. Apparently this is a thing that can happen. And it's been a long time since I've gotten a Hades game crash. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Twitch chat. I may not be able to play. Oh no. Refuses to load my character. Right. Hold on. Technical difficulties. One moment. Alright, well I guess we get to just chat for a second while I have to verify my Hades to see if I can get it to actually run. Strangely, I thought because I made it to the start screen that I was fine, but maybe I accidentally made a change to the game files when I was looking at them the other day? I certainly hope not. But Twitch chat, if my game is permanently dead, then I don't know what we're gonna do. That's bad news. I mean, we'll try and start a new save file, I guess, and see if it'll let us start a new save file. Certainly we've done it in the past, but boy, I hope we can get it fixed. They do have a tech support channel, so I'll check out the tech support channel. This progresses, but hopefully it lets us launch. Okay, it says it's done verifying. Did you fix yourself, Hades? Please tell me you fixed yourself. Okay, we've made it this far before. Click. Haha. Okay, success. Thank goodness. Okay. 1 second, Twitch chat. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. So, you know, why do tech support on the side when you can do it live on stream, right? There you go. Anybody's wondering, how do you fix your crash in Hades? You saw it here first. Alright, let's see if there's anything interesting going on around the old homestead.
No way.
5,000 gemstones! Why is it so many? Doesn't look like we have any story dialogue to go here. How about the broker?
What's new?
Keys for gemstones? Yeah, we've got an abundance of keys right now. I'm happy to do that. You can gift an ambrosia to Meg. So I think that if we gift to Meg, we start going romantic with Meg, but we already started a romance with Thanatos. So can we romance Meg at the same time? I don't know. Also, is it even ethical to do that? I don't know. We'll find out next time. I'm not going to romance her right now. I want to get into the shield run. Alright, Chaos Aspect Shield. This is our progression weapon. Since we're going to do some heat progression, this is what we're going to use. We're going to keep pretty close to, for this first run where we're trying to push progression, we're going to keep pretty close to like the build that we normally try for progression. I don't want to go too far out into the sidelines here. We have plenty of time to experiment when we're doing any of the other aspects, but I think I'm going to try and keep it fairly vanilla here, which means trying to get Curse of Pain on our shield throw and using Chaos Aspect. We're going to use this Companion Shady. Companion Mort is definitely my favorite, but doesn't work against the last boss, and I don't know if Companion Shady does or not. I haven't tried it yet, but I would like to, so that's what we're going to go with this time around.
All set.
If you're new to this game, the weapon that we're going to be using is the shield. It has 3 attacks. The base attack here, which does 25 damage, pushes the enemy back a little bit. The second one is the shield throw. It's kind of like a Captain America bouncy shield. Does 15 damage from the front, 23 damage from behind. The last ability is the Bull Rush. If you hold attack, it charges up your shield. While you're charging up your shield, you block all damage from the front. When you let it go, you rush, doing 50 damage. While you're in the process of rushing, you are completely invulnerable from all sources, not just the front. And this shield aspect that we're using, the Chaos Aspect, has one more nuance to it, which is our shield throw here. If we do our shield roll right after we full rush, instead of throwing 1 shield, we throw 5. So that's what the shield's got going on. This is our best weapon, and we are going to be doing some progression right now, which means turning our heat up to 26 according to this. So 26 heat is what we're going to go for. Alright. Here we go, Pact of Punishment. So we're going to max out enemy damage, increase it by 100%. We're going to max out number of enemies to 60%, max out enemy health increase by 30%. Underworld Customs, which says we'll have to sell 1 blessing between each act. Put at least 2 into Forced Overtime, which says enemies move and attack faster by 20%. Max out Heightened Security, which says traps now deal 800% additional damage. Max out Damage Control, which says enemies spawn with 2 stacks of invulnerability. Any damage at all will remove 1 stack of invulnerability, but that stack completely absorbs that hit. We'll take Middle Management, which says mini-boss fights are harder. And we'll take 3 Extreme Measures, which says the first 3 bosses are harder. Then we'll increase our shop prices by 100%, and then reduce our healing by 25%. So this is the loadout we're going to try. This is pretty similar to what we've attempted in the past. We've gotten all the way to the last boss on 26 heat. In fact, we've gotten to the second phase of the last boss on 26 heat, but so far, no wins. So this is what we're going to try out. All right, Twitch chat, here we go. Rismith says, are we intentionally trying to skip a boatload of heat here? What do you mean by skip? I'm not sure that I understand. Oh, are you talking about the bounty system? So the bounty system used to stop at 10. So it stopped at 10, and we kept progressing past that. So most of our weapons, our bounties aren't caught up to our progression yet. So we could do this at 17, but we've beaten the game on 17 before. This isn't progression for us. Yeah. All right, here we go.
What's the worst that could happen?
If you are new to this game and have questions, feel free to ask. I have many hours in this game, and I am happy to talk more about it. Microphone in the corner of the screen here. Ah, it is indeed. There we go. My wife and I were playing co-op games earlier, and I moved my desk around a little bit, and my setup is a little off. Microphone should be just out of frame is the goal. Okay, there we go. Oh, there's Curse of Pain. Okay, this is exactly what we were hoping for.
This means war.
So the run is off to a good start. In the very first room anyways. Oh, is it still there?
Want to fight?
What now? Is that better? So the way that Curse of Pain works is it says after a second, after 0.5 seconds, anyways,
Weak.
do 93 damage to the enemies.
That's settled then.
Did that fix it? Hopefully that fixed it. It could also be that my green screen is just a little bit off, and that's what's making that little mark in the corner. So the reason that Curse of Pain is so powerful is because if you put it on your shield throw, you can just bounce it around, apply it to everybody in the room, and 93 damage is, ooh, don't step on traps. 93 damage is a lot of front-loaded damage. So this is already enough damage to easily carry us through Act 1. Whew. Almost stepped on a trap a second time there. Hey, Stakefires, welcome back to the stream. Okay, so this palm is going to upgrade our Curse of Pain from 93 to 121. That's fantastic.
Thank the gods.
I love to see that. Here we're going to take Darkness. We have the Contractor upgrade that makes it so Darkness gives us max health. Not a lot of max health, it's 5. But 5 is a number greater than 0, so this Darkness will increase our max health slightly for the rest of the run. Alright, 5 max life. Nice. We take this money? Yeah, let's take the money. Actually might re-roll this and see if we can't get something better. Yeah, I think a heart is better. So in particular, at some point... Oh yeah, my green screen is a little off. I can see it. No. What I get for playing co-op games. Alright. Fix it in a little bit. So we do need to get another blessing. One of the heat modifiers that we're running with is called Underworld Customs. Underworld Customs says you must sell 1 blessing between each act, and we are not interested in selling this Curse of Pain. So we need to get at least 1 other blessing to be able to sell. Alright, 1 second, Twitch chat. This is driving me nuts. I gotta fix this. Okay, sorry about that. Continuing on with some Darkness. Merswith says, without customs, do you generally sell blessings very often? I try to be really ruthless about what's actually lending power to my build and getting rid of stuff that isn't directly helping us. That being said, I do a lot of rationalizing where I'm like, oh, I've got this Poseidon blessing, and it's not doing a lot, but it's not doing nothing, and so I should keep it. I think my overall view on that is really, what are you hoping to get out of the money, right? If the money can get you something that's worthwhile, then sell stuff that's not
No, you don't.
not really helping you out. So I think a good example of that is if you're missing lives and you don't have enough money to buy a new life if it gets offered to you at a shop, then it's worth selling, because a lot of your blessings are not nearly as good as having 1 more life will be for you. Yeah, palms are more likely to hit your core abilities. That's definitely true. There's some other benefits as well, right? Like if it's before Eurydice, for instance, then Eurydice is more likely to hit those. There's a contractor upgrade that says whenever you pick up a nectar, it randomly upgrades one of your blessings, and that's more likely to hit your core abilities as well. So all those things are pretty good. So here we're offered Poseidon or Dionysus. Dionysus will be a mini boss room. I think it's worth taking there. Yeah, so that upgrade on Nectar. Oh, now it's the other side of my green screen. Anyways. That Nectar upgrade is something just introduced in this last major patch, and I think it's really strong. In particular, it makes Dionysus's ability called Premium Vintage, which was good before, absolutely ridiculously good, which I really appreciate. Alright, so this mini-boss, normally you fight 2 elite enemies here, but thanks to the heat modifier middle management, we fight 4. But nothing we can't handle, Twitch chat. We're still in the easy part of the run. Okay, speaking of Premium Vintage, that's what we're going to take right now. So Premium Vintage says, gain max health when you pick up a nectar, receive 1 nectar right now, and that life gain is 25 per nectar. So this means each nectar is worth the same as a centaur heart, but we also have the contractor upgrade that says, add 1 level to one of your abilities anytime you pick up a nectar. So now, every time you pick up a nectar, we'll get 25 max health and a random Palm of Power, which is just fantastic.
Strong stuff.
Boom, there it goes. Level 3 Curse of Pain. But now we really need to find a blessing that we can sell. Alright, well, we're going to take this key and get another rollback.
Let's see if you can live through this.
Survival room. I don't really care for survival rooms too much. At least we're not doing a speedrun. Survival rooms on speedruns are just disgusting. Takes up so much time to do these rooms on speedruns. I think here it'll be okay. We've got enough shield throw to deal with the million skulls that are spawning. So in survival rooms, you don't have to kill the monsters. All you have to do is live. As long as you live through the time allotted, you get the reward for the room. But that doesn't mean there's no reason to kill the monsters. Obviously, you don't want to get overrun with monsters, so that's one reason. Another one is monsters in survival rooms can still drop money. So it's possible, if you're really good at killing, to actually get a lot of money out of these rooms.
Again, you make a mockery of me.
Yep, you definitely can cheese with the shield, right? Because of the nature of the shield. Daedalus Hammer. Okay, game, but you gotta give me some other blessings, alright? I'm gonna take this hammer, because you really want me to have it. But then you gotta give me another god blessing. So we're probably going to aggressively re-roll. If we get a tier 2 room and it's not another god blessing, we're gonna just re-roll it, because we need something to sell. Brimstones.
This shield's about to get a whole lot stronger.
Crap. Okay. So we don't want Dreadflight. The reason is that Dreadflight with the Chaos aspect is actually bad, because it makes your shield take longer to get back to you. And with Dreadflight, what we want to be doing is throwing our shields, immediately starting to bull rush, and by the time we're done bull rushing, our shield is back to us and we can throw again. Dreadflight will hit more enemies with our main shield, not the bonus shields, only our main shield. But that will cause it to take longer to make its trip and come back. And so we don't want to do that. Instead, dashing wall up, we're really not going to use our dash attack too much. So the way to go here for me is Bull Rush. I was really hoping for Sudden Rush there. I think Sudden Rush definitely the best Daedalus Hammer option for us. But Armor Shredder's not bad. It'll certainly do work for us in the harder rooms that we'll have to fight. Especially if we can get a decent attack boon, then Armor Shredder will really put in work for us. Notably, however, we did not get another God Blessing, so we are in a little bit of trouble here. We need to see a tier 2 room before the end of this act. Hopefully this is it. Okay, nice. That's a tier 2. Alright.
Let's try this.
Give me
instead.
any god. Zeus is fine. Sure. I don't care. As long as I have anything to sell, I don't even care what the blessing is. Oh, good question, Merzwith. So there's 2 tiers of room rewards in this game. Tier 1 is Darkness, Nectar, Keys, and Gemstones. Tier 2 is everything else. So you unlock later in the game the ability to re-roll rooms. You have a certain number of charges. That's what those hexagonal or octagonal looking things that says 7 in the bottom right hand corner there, that's our re-rolls. A tier 1 room can only be re-rolled into another tier 1 reward. So you can never re-roll a Nectar into a Palm of Power or into gold or something like that. It will only re-roll into Darkness, Gemstone, Key, or crap, I forgot the other thing. Anyways, it'll only re-roll into another tier 1 reward. You can never get a god blessing from it. So that's why I was saying, like, when we had the choice of Key or Darkness, we have re-rolls, but we could not re-roll that into a god blessing. Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, I'm going to make the assumption that we're probably going to sell whatever we take here, but there's a chance that we'll get something worse between now and then, right? And so, of these, the thing I would like to keep the most, if we're able to, is Zeus's Aid. Zeus's Aid actually pushes out a lot of damage and can really help us in some tight AE situations. So I'm going to take Zeus's Aid. I'm going to hope that we're able to keep it, but if not, then that's what it is. Alright, well we have maybe enough money to make a shop worthwhile. But this is guaranteed 25 max health. I'm going to take the 25 max health, which means we are going to sell that Zeus Blessing because this is the room before the boss. Alright, onward to the Act 1 boss. Hopefully we only fight 2 sisters here. Okay. 2 sisters isn't too bad. If we have to fight 2 sisters, my ideal scenario is definitely Electo and Meg. But this isn't terrible. It should be okay. And that attack that Tisiphone has right there with the bunch of green circles, that is why she is not my preferred enemy to fight here. This is also an annoying ability that Tisiphone does. Kind of hides the room from you. Sorry, Twitch chat. If there are questions in chat, I will respond to them shortly. During a boss fight, I'm gonna have to focus a little bit here. Most of our 26 heat runs have lost 1 life on this first boss. I'd like to try and do better than that. GG. Okay, fantastic. Merzwith it says, is the rage possible to keep from maxing out? No, she will max it out. It's possible when she's charging up to not hit her, and then it will take longer for her to hit the enrage, but she will always enrage.
You're not permitted to leave.
And in fact, when she enters into phase 4, she perma enrages, and there's nothing you can do about that. Big Fire says, playing games like this and streaming is hard. I started streaming Dead Cells and I've died a lot because I was just talking and zoned out. Yeah, absolutely, Steakfires. I hear you. And like, there's such you wanna engage with chat, right? That's what streaming is all about. But then at the same time, like, you get into situations where you just should not be doing that. I've seen Sneaky Teak get obliterated in Risk of Rain so many times. Yeah, crazy. Yeah, you can get her to stand on traps, and she does take damage from traps. Okay, so we have to sell something. We're going to sell Zeus's Aid, unfortunately. We're not going to buy any of this stuff. None of it is good enough. We've already done our work with Ares. Now we need to figure out what do we want next. Ideally, Aphrodite's attack. The ability to apply weakness will give us not only 50% damage reduction, but also a second debuff, combined with the Ares Curse of Pain, which will increase our damage by 50%, which seems fantastic. But I think I'm going to have to go Aphrodite here. Onward to Act 2, Twitch chat. Yeah, so one of the things with Electo actually is if you want to cheese Electo, if you're not playing with high trap damage, what you can do is I would also be very happy with Artemis. Ooh. Yeah, I think we're going to take this Artemis. You can take Sisyphus's new trinket that says bosses or traps do 600% increased damage to enemies, and you can really like kick the shit out of bosses that have traps in their rooms. Okay, if you're not familiar with this, this is a heat room. Heat rooms take you to a special location called Erebus. Here you have to fight some empowered enemies for an empowered reward. So whatever reward you get from this will be stronger than a normal reward. But there's a condition. You have to defeat this room without taking a single point of damage. If you get hit even once, instead of getting an empowered reward, you get no reward, or effectively no reward. So you see me running away like a little girl from these enemies. It's not because I'm a coward. I mean, I am a coward, but that's not the reason. The reason is we have to defeat these enemies without taking a single hit, or we get nothing. So the only way to do this room is to play it safe. There we go. Heat rooms, by the way, unlocked by you have to have certain thresholds of heat. For Act 1, you have to have 5 heat. For Act 2, you have to have 10 heat active. And for Act 3, you have to have 15 heat active to be able to enter the rooms. So because this is an empowered reward, we expect that probably all of these will be epic rolls. Not all of them, but the one that we care about, pressure points, any damage you deal can now critically strike. This is so powerful with our curse. Happy to take it. Okay, well here's this Aphrodite. Now, we took Aphrodite's keepsake. I've talked about this many times before on stream, but I'll talk about it again now. And it says the next boon you find will be from Aphrodite. This means in any roll for a room, if there is a blessing available, it will be Aphrodite. It's guaranteed. But you'll notice that this still has a charge, even though we're looking at an Aphrodite right now. The reason for that is that until you pick up an Aphrodite, this boon remains active, or this guarantee that we'll see another Aphrodite. So here, if we take Eurydice, we're still guaranteed that we'll see another Aphrodite. And so passing on this Aphrodite right here, or something as awesome as Eurydice, I think is absolutely worth it. Break some pillars for money. Go. And a money earn as well.
Come on in.
Now we have to decide, what are we going to do with this Eurydice? So we could upgrade the rarity of our boons. This will upgrade our Curse of Pain and our pressure points. Premium Vintage can't be upgraded, I don't think. I mean, I guess it does have an epic, so maybe it can be. So that's probably what we'll do. We're guaranteed all 3 of these to be upgraded. These are all 3 great. So I think I'm happy with that. We'll take Ambrosial Delight. Oh, well, I guess it only upgrades 2, but either of those 2 is fine. So let's see what we get.
Wow, that's good.
Oh, Curse of Pain to Epic and Pressure Points to Heroic. Fantastic. What a great roll. Okay, so we have a Palm of Power here, and as much as I would love this Palm of Power, this is a tier 2 room, and we're looking at the same problem that we had in Act 1, which is we're going to have to sell something, and so we need something to sell. Hermes Blessings can't be sold. Try again. Money, nope, come on. Ugh. Alright. We're just going to take this Hermes. I don't want to spend all of our rolls right here. We still have all of Act 2 to find some other kind of God Blessing. So let's not waste all of our rolls right here. Is there a reason Hermes Blessings can't be sold? Some of them can, but I don't know the difference between the ones that can and the ones that can't. And so I'm not confident in taking one of these, knowing whether I'll be able to sell it or not. I think it might be things that can't be upgraded with palms can't be sold, but I'm not sure. Okay, so Swift Strike says our attack is faster. Okay. Flurry Cast says our cast is faster. Well, we definitely don't cast in this build, so we don't care. This attack faster is pretty good. It will let us charge our shield faster, which is decent, but I think quick recovery is probably the best in terms of mitigation. It says after you take damage, if you quickly dash, recover up to 30% of the health you just lost. That's pretty good sustain, and we're gonna need sustain at some point here. Okay, so here we go. Aphrodite, this is gonna be a mini boss room. Twitch chat, can it please be the Gorgon? I really don't want to do Death Barge again. Okay, Gorgon it is. Now, this Gorgon, the Mega Gorgon here, has some special features thanks to middle management. Those special features are the Gorgon itself teleports, and the Skull Crusher now has a giant area of effect ring that it shoots at you. So if you're wondering, why does this not look like my beautiful fight that I'm used to? That's the reason. Middle management is explained. I found that the Gorgon teleporting is not all that problematic. I don't feel the same way about the Skull Crusher's new area of effect ability. I often get caught by that when I don't mean to. Especially the first couple times I fought this, before I got used to the patterns of these enemies, I took 1,000,000 damage from this area of effect attack. GG.
I'm always here, or close enough.
Eek. Okay, we are not touching this ability right here. Screw this ability. Aphrodite's Aid has a bug where occasionally it just instantly kills you when you use it, and this killed our last 26 heat runs, so there is no chance we touch this ability with a 10-foot pole. On the other hand, Different League is really good mitigation. It says reduce damage from nearby foes by 13%. I'm super happy to take this.
I feel fabulous.
Okay, so here we can take a Chaos, which I'm interested in taking, but we're also offered a Nectar. This Nectar is going to give us a Palm plus 25 max health. Ooh, yeah, we're definitely going to take it. Oh yeah, that bug made things super awkward. It so did. And that was a good run, right? Like we were doing pretty well until we lost 2 lives to that bug, and that's really what destroyed our run.
Ready, Aegis?
I mean, maybe we would have failed anyways, right? Who knows? But definitely that bug was a large contributing factor in the last run. I've got to remember to break pillars for money, Twitch chat. The good news is I did clip that, or I highlighted it, and I sent in a bug report to Supergiant with the videos of what happened. So hopefully they can determine, you know, like what the scenario was that causes that, and hopefully fix it. That's the one benefit of playing on stream. Maybe not the one benefit, but one of the benefits of playing on stream is that if we encounter a bug, we've got video evidence, right? Like, how often as a programmer do you get video evidence of a bug that happened? Okay, so here we can take a Palm of Power, or we can take an Ares. Ares has one ability called Impending Doom, which makes curse damage significantly stronger, and I definitely want that. So I'm gonna take it. And yeah, completely killed us from full health. Oh, so nasty. Alright, let's destroy some pillars and get some money before I forget about it. Okay, there's one. I'll get this one too, maybe? Ah, too slow. Well, we got money from one pillar at least. You notice normally, or a lot of times, I use the Bull Rush to dash away from enemies, and then I throw my shield at them. Here I'm intentionally Bull Rushing the enemies because some of these have armor, and we have Armor Shredder, which says your Bull Rush does 400% increased damage to enemies with armor. And so that's the reason why you see me being a little more aggressive in this room than I normally am.
What do we have here?
Impending Doom? No Impending Doom. That's okay. I think Battle Rage is very takeable here. After slaying a foe, your next attack or special deals 200% increased damage. We won't see huge benefits from this because it won't trigger on our curse damage. But I think this is a very sellable ability, and it will provide some benefit for us. Blade Dash, I find, actually is a detractor from my run. The blade rifts that it leaves behind obscure the enemies, and then I end up taking damage because I don't see their animations or I don't see their telegraphs. And Slicing Shot is just terrible for us. Slicing Shot, if you're going to take it, you have to build your entire build around it. But in generally, there's two abilities, Slicing Shot from Ares and Tipsy Shot from Dionysus, that you need to be really careful with. If you've leveled up your mirror says, as long as an enemy has a cast stuck in them, they take 50% increased damage from your attack and your special. However, Slicing Shot and Tipsy Shot cannot get stuck in enemies. So you have to make sure that you're going to be doing more than 50% of your combined attack and special damage with your cast if you're going to take one of those two. Otherwise, you're trading out damage. Are you running with the heat modifier that gives enemies an invincibility charge? Yeah, in fact, we're running with it. They have 2 invincibility charges.
Will to fight.
Look for any chests or anything that might be hanging around. Doesn't look like it. Here we're offered a shop or a heart. I think this heart is pretty good, but we have a lot of money to spend, and we're still looking for some more blessings. So let's go shop. And this is the room before the boss. Oof.
Always a pleasure, Charon.
Right. Well, we'll take that max life. But that's unfortunate. Had we known what was in that shop, then we would have just gotten the free max life instead of having to buy it. But Stakefire says rough. Will that block the damage from your curse as well?
Hello.
The answer is no. And the reason is the Chaos Shield. So we throw 5 shields. So what's happening is they will get hit by our shield throws, and our shield throws will absorb those invincibility stats. Then when our curse hits, they'll already be vulnerable. It's something you need to worry about if you're not running with Chaos Shield, but Chaos Shield allows us to pretty much ignore the invincibility charges. So if you're not familiar with this fight, this is the Act 2 fight, the Hydra fight. When you're running with 2 stacks of the heat modifier called Extreme Measures, instead of the regular Hydra fight, which is very nice, very pretty, very manageable fight, you get this pile of garbage. This pile of garbage is harder in many ways. The Hydra has more reach to you, as do the heads. In addition, there's a lot more lava in this room that you have to deal with. And the last thing is, in the regular Hydra fight, there are 2 healing items. In this version of the Hydra fight, there are 0. So, 100% less healing items. Plus, there is a special added bonus for the last phase of this fight. I won't spoil it for you if you haven't seen it before, but it's a doozy. It is a doozy. Looks like this ad phase is wrapping up here. There we go. Just gonna wait for him to shoot. I know he's gonna do it. Come on, push your phase. I don't have time for this. Okay, there we go.
Who needs a neck anyway?
Hey! Turns out that Hydra can just break its neck off. Isn't that fun? The way that I normally try and do this fight is I kind of go around the room in a circle, just staying in whatever area the big Hydra is not. So that's what I try and do. It's not always successful. The big Hydra, in particular, because it has an invincibility shield, as we're bull rushing, if we hit it, it will push us back. So sometimes it can be difficult to fully get away from it. I've seen people on the Hades Discord describing this heat modifier as a free modifier for the first 2 bosses, and I don't get it. The first boss sometimes can be free if you've got good upfront damage. This fight is significantly harder than the original version. I don't know what the heck they're talking about. Luckily, once the Hydra breaks its chains, it loses its ranged attacks, so now we can just kind of stay at range and kill it with curses. GG. Yeah, the map on this fight gets super mean. You're not you're not lying. Alright, onward to Act 3, Twitch chat. Doing well so far. We have all of our original lives. Then we have a decent mitigation setup. Our damage setup is really strong. So I'm pretty happy with that. Okay, here I'm happy to sell Battle Rage. Pressure Points is really strong for us, as is Different League. So I would be sad to sell either one of these, but Battle Rage I'm happy to get rid of for 145 gold. Might even take a Trove Tracker here. So going into Act 3, what we're really looking for is mitigation. And unfortunately, we weren't able to get any way to apply weakness from this Aphrodite boon. We need to figure out some other form of mitigation. There's a couple of good options here. We could take Bone Hourglass, which would make this one Hydrolite last for 11 chambers, which is some really good sustain, and then we can just look for other things. We might end up doing that. Another option would be to take Athena. Athena has a lot of mitigation abilities, and so we could take Athena looking for mitigation. Dionysus also has mitigation, but we already have one of Dionysus's mitigation abilities, Premium Vintage. So the pool is lower here. Broken Spear Point also useful, especially for like the enemies, like the witches in this act, which will hit you a bunch of times in a row, and the shields as well. I'm really not sure what to do here. Right now I'm leaning towards Bone Hourglass. Having 11 rooms of Hydrolite is such strong sustain that it will really let us make a lot of mistakes and still come through this with all of our lives. And we're likely to lose at least 2 lives against the Act 3 boss. And so getting there with full health and all the lives we currently have, I think is the most important thing to me. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to go Bone Hourglass, take 11 chambers of Hydrolite. I don't think I'm going to buy this Trove Tracker. Just pass on it. I think Stickfires, yeah, I think it's shaping up pretty good so far. I'm pretty happy with it. Okay, Palm of Power or Heart. I think I'm gonna take this Palm of Power. Since we don't have Impending Doom, I feel like we need to get a little more damage onto our Curse of Pain. And we can still get maximum life from Nectars, from tier 1 rooms. So I think this is a better choice right here, taking the Palm of Power. Although to be fair, we'll also get Palm of Powers from Nectars when we take them, so maybe that's a reason to favor the Heart instead. I really don't know. Premium Vintage makes it a confusing decision that way. So this is Act 3 Elysium, for those of you who may not be familiar with it. Those bow-wielding enemies that you saw are really the main enemy type in Elysium. They're called Shades. Shades have one of the 4 primary weapon types that Zagreus himself has: shield, sword, bow, and spear. What's special about them is that you have to kill them twice. Once they die, they will spawn one of these little black souls. If you don't kill the souls, the enemies will respawn with full health. So it's very important that you kill their second forms. Got him.
The power of the gods.
Right. I've been looking at some of the background landscape art in this game, and it's really beautiful. Yeah, so by the way, none of the maps in this game are procedurally generated. How they're connected together are procedurally generated, but every level is hand created and hand illustrated by their artists. Okay, well, I said I wanted more Curse of Pain, and so that's what I'm going to take here, although Pressure Points would be pretty good to take as well, but taking the base damage on Curse of Pain feels right. I'm going to take this Daedalus Hammer, looking for Sudden Rush, which I said is the thing I really wanted to begin with. Just making sure we're not missing anything in here. Nope, all hand illustrated. So the other interesting thing about that is, once you learn the rooms, you know the rooms. You might not know what order you're going to see them in, but you know them. Wow, this is a lot of flame wheels, Twitch chat. Hold on. One moment, Twitch chat. Let me fight for my life here real fast. So these flame wheels are particularly nasty because we're running with 20% increased enemy movement speed, which really makes them a lot more dangerous than they are normally.
That one's responding.
I need to focus just a moment here, but I promise I'll be right back. Whew. Hi, flame wheel. Nice.
Let's go, Aegis.
Okay. Can the curse crit? The curse can crit because pressure point says any damage you do has a chance to crit, although normally it cannot. Even the little souls get 2 hit? Yes. Also, skulls that are spawned from skull piles get the 2 hits of invulnerability as well, which I think is complete garbage. Makes me so mad. Alright, so let's talk about these choices that we have. Dashing Wallop, we don't dash attack too much. This won't be good, it won't be bad, it just won't be useful. Charge Shot, we cannot take. This would be absolute suicide for us to pick up. Charge Shot greatly increases the damage of your Bull Rush and allows it to pierce through enemies, which is really nice, but one key aspect of our Bull Rush is that while we're rushing, we're completely invulnerable. This is a strategy that I use to avoid a lot of damage in this game. Charge Shot, you get no invulnerability. As soon as you let it go, you immediately are vulnerable. It has no invulnerability frames at all. You can still use it to block from the front, just like the regular shield, but the Charge Shot itself has no invulnerability frames. So if I take this, I will immediately die, so we're definitely not going to do that. Explosive Return, on the other hand, I think that this probably won't be a main source of damage for us, but we throw our shield a lot, and so this is a lot likely to do a lot of incidental damage for us. So I'm happy to take it here. By the way, it is very possible to build very good, very successful builds around both Explosive Return and Charge Shot. Just our build is not set up to take advantage of either of those things. But I think Explosive Return here will do some incidental damage for us, so we're going to take it. Okay, we can guarantee seeing a Chaos. I'm going to take this. Seems strong. I'm not going to open a chest for Darkness. That's not worth it. Here we can get gemstones, which would be money, or we can take a key, which is a reroll. We're going to take a reroll. So another thing that is new to this patch is the Contractor upgrade for keys is that they give you 1 room reroll back, which is incredibly strong. The room rerolls cost a huge amount of darkness in the mirror, so to be able to get them from keys has made them much less valuable commodity than they used to be. And to be honest, I like it. To be honest, I like it. With these shades, what I'm mostly trying to do is just get them, separate them, and fight them one by one. Also trying to rely on our Bull Rush to get rid of their armor. Now, one thing you might notice is that I am running away from these explosive traps here, like they are the plague. The reason is they are. They do something like 40 base damage. With our 800% increased trap damage, we will lose an entire life if we get hit by one of those. So very, very important not to get hit by exploding traps. Okay, here's that chaos we were guaranteed to see. We could take Patroclus. If we were missing any lives, I would take Patroclus hands down, but we're not. And in fact, we have a Hydrolite already, which is healing us for 11% per chamber. I think this Chaos is a good pick. 29, 30, 31, 30... Oh, shit. Okay. But if we take this Chaos, we might be cursed for the boss. Oh. Well. Okay. So new plan. Let's re-roll this and take an Ares. I have no desire to be cursed for the Empowered Act 3 boss, Twitch chat. No desire whatsoever. As much as I wanted that Chaos, I don't think I could risk that. The stakes are too high. This run is doing too well for me to take foolish risks. And I think our damage and our mitigation are in a place where taking a Chaos right now would be a foolish risk. We have the pieces we need to be able to make it to Act 4 and probably get to the last boss already. We don't need to be risking Chaos right now. Big chariots are very spooky when you have the increased run speed turned on. Got him. Nice. Impending doom. You suck, Ares. Okay, we are receiving karma from getting the ability that we wanted on the very first Ares roll by getting things that we don't want. Take Urge to Kill here. Hopefully we get to sell it. I think that's the best case scenario for that. Chamber 30. So this isn't going to be the room of the boss. Do we want to risk taking a mini boss? Okay. If this is the Empowered Minotaur, this is spooky. I think I'm gonna take this shop. And it's possible I'm being too conservative. I mean, we do have still 5 rooms of Hydrolite. But, I don't know. That's what I'm feeling. Curse of Pain, let's make it stronger. Okay, so I talked about not taking stupid risks, but maybe let's take some calculated risk here. Let's take this trial room. Can't believe they misspelled impending. Did they misspell it? Or is there some joke there that I'm missing? Okay, so we can take Ares or Dionysus here. I think usually in these trial rooms, I try and gauge how afraid am I of the ads spawned by the god that I'm going to anger. I think in this case, between Ares and Dionysus, it's about the same. So I think I'm gonna take Ares here.
In the name of Hades.
Hey Val, welcome to the stream. Yeah, we stream high heats. Although, to be completely honest, 26 heat on the shield is by far our highest progression. Most of our other progressions are around somewhere between 15 and 18 heat. So the shield is on its own separate tier. So if you don't consider those things high heat, then maybe I'm not a high heat streamer. But welcome to the channel. Love seeing you. They didn't give it to you, so they... I see. Alright, so we'll pick up Dire Misfortune here. It gives us some amount of curse damage. Unfortunately, Dire Misfortune is not... It sounds like it does more damage than it actually does. So this will not be a significant increase to our overall damage, but it will be some incidental damage. Worst case scenario, it's fodder to sell, because we will have to sell a blessing at the end of this act. Alright, so now we have to deal with Dionysus's ads. We have a nice big room here, which generally makes Dionysus's empowerment not too bad. You just need to kind of keep away from the enemies. Dionysus's little purple stuff always spawns directly around the enemies, so as long as you stay away from them, you're pretty safe. Alright. Well, wave 1 went pretty easy, although I will say that a wave of witches was kind of best case scenario, right? Because they don't want to get within melee range, and the empowerment is only really nasty in melee range. Okay, we got some bows this time. Slightly worse. Still ranged enemies though, so luckily they're not going to try and use their empowerment to their advantage, really. Took a couple of shots right there. We also got to blow up quite a few of the enemies. I think that was worth it. Nice. Okay. This was a pretty cheap room from a life perspective. Usually I expect Trial of the Gods to cost me a pretty significant amount of life, but I think that went really well. Alright, best case scenario from Dionysus here is to get Positive Outlook, I think, or possibly his attack, just to have a way to apply a second debuff. Okay, so do we Blight Strike or do we Nasty Dash? I think Blight Strike is the way to go here. We're not going to care about the damage from this poison, but it is a second debuff. The curse also counts as a debuff, which means by taking this, effectively it will increase our curse damage potential by 50%, which is very strong. I'm happy to take this here. Okay, so let's see what we're looking at here. Palm of Power, we don't care about it upgrading Blight Strike. Curse of Pain has hit some pretty strong diminishing returns at this point. If we get a Palm of Power, we're hoping to upgrade some of our, honestly, different league, our mitigation abilities. If we take the money, we'd be saving up for the Act 4 shop. I think we're likely to see better stuff in the Act 4 shop than chancing it with the Palm, given the number of blessings that we have. So I think this will be more consistent strength by taking the money, but we'll see if that plays out overall. So I tend to take a decent amount of damage from these Shade Swords. I think the Bright Swords are actually one of the easiest enemies in Act 3, but they changed their timings in this last major patch, and so I'm having to unlearn months of practice against these enemies, and so I end up taking a bunch of damage just because I'm mistiming things from their telegraphs. Ooh, no. Oh god, that's so many chariots. Please no. Stay away from me. Make sure that we get his soul killed. Just gotta stay away from these chariots and throw our shields. If we let them get too close, we're gonna take a ton of damage. One of the nasty things about chariots is that chariots can hit you multiple times, and since we're not using Broken Spear Point, it's a very realistic scenario that we take 50 damage by getting hit 3 times by one of these enemies. Alright, we're taking the money. We're not going to sell because we have to sell between the act, and so getting rid of sell targets is not a good plan for us. Taking Darkness, also not a good plan for us. Hermes has a couple of mitigation abilities that we don't yet have, and so I think I'd rather take Hermes here. Thought Ares did not benefit from percent damage buff. So the answer is yes, that's true, it doesn't, but it depends on which damage buff that you're talking about. The cast damage buff from when your cast is stuck in enemies only applies to attack and special damage, so it does not apply to on-hit damage like Zeus or Ares. The same is true of Chaos Boons and God Blessings, for instance. So like if you take a Chaos that says increases your special by 90%, that does not impact your Ares Curse. There is a couple of exceptions to that, though. One of which is Impending Doom, which is an Ares Blessing. That increases your curse damage by a percentage. The other one is Privileged Status, which says if you have 2 debuffs applied to enemies, increase all damage to that enemy by 50%. So that does increase Zeus and Ares damage. Yeah, so generally if I'm running an Ares build, I'm looking for those levers to be able to increase my curse damage because there's not a lot of ways to do it. Hey, Throws a Hammer, welcome back to the stream. Alright. Greatest Reflex, we can dash 2 more times. Swift Strike, our attack is 30% faster, or passing through. I think Greatest Reflex is likely to save us a lot of life on the last boss because we'll be able to dash all the way through his very large sweeping attack. Swift Strike, though, is a way to make our Bull Rush faster. Since we've missed out on Sudden Rush, we weren't offered it this round. This could be a really powerful thing. Passing through, I think, will not be all that useful to us. I take that back. Passing through will be useful in hallway fights, but at this point, it's not the hallway fights I'm worried about. It's how do we beat the last boss. I think both of these are very reasonable picks for trying to fight the last boss. So my question to myself is, which is going to save me more life in the hallway fights? And I think Swift Strike is going to be that option. I think that's what I'm going to take.
The haste of Hermes.
Been playing with either this or Poseidon Dash Abuse with shields. Yeah, Poseidon Dash with shield is really strong. All right, this is going to be the room before the boss. Do we take a guaranteed Artemis or do we take a shop? Or do we take a heat room? Well, we're going to take the heat room. That's what we're going to do. Okay. So we're going to take this heat room because it's a free room before the boss. If we take either one of these, we would get this room and then it would be the boss room next. If we take this heart, we will then get one more room after this heat room before the boss. And so that's strong enough that even if we fail this, I think it's still worth the chance. So let's go get some max health.
Welcome to Erebus.
Alright, so these Act 3 heat rooms are absolutely frightening. There's a good chance that we will get hit here and get no reward, but we're going to do our best. Step number 1 of doing our best is try and kill these void stones as fast as possible, I think. I know one's rearming, but I gotta stay safe. Don't tell me about it, Zag. Just pretend it's not happening. So our Bull Rush does 400% increased damage to armor, and ideally we'd love to be Bull Rushing these to get rid of their armor quickly, but too much risk there. If we get hit, we get nothing, and I don't want to get nothing. That's my plan anyway. So many waves of these enemies. Goodness. Sorry, Twitch chat. I'll catch up in just a moment if you happen to be talking, but I gotta focus. I know it rearmed, but what can you do? Oh, that was a missed dash right there, Twitch chat. I did not mean to dash into the enemies right there. That could have cost us. Oh no! Last seconds of the room and we got hit. GG. So close. That's okay. This is what it is. All right, so do we take a heart, do we take a shop, or do we take a palm? I think the heart is the way to go here because it's a guaranteed 25 health heal, which is pretty strong. Yeah, so to your point, it was guaranteed to be a blue room. You always get Erebus from the heat rooms. So that's okay. I feel good about how we played against that. We did really well. Okay, welcome to the Act 3 boss. This boss, if you've seen this fight before, it's going to be a little different than what you're used to. It's a little more punishing, so yeah, let's do our best and see how this goes. Hammer says, have you used your summon yet this run? I've been semi-lurking for a bit. I have not used my summon yet this run. Now, we only have 2 charges of our summon, and but I am planning on using it, like, I don't know, nowish? Seems like a good plan, perhaps? Whew. God. I hate that attack from the bull, man. Oh my god, hold on. That's so bad. My Bull Rush collides with these items, Twitch chat. Ouch. First life down. I'm expecting to lose 2 lives on this fight. We took way more damage than we should have from the Bull's first spin, unfortunately. But I'm hoping that we can make up for that by just playing a little bit better. bull is going to phase 2. Ouch. God, he's like a rocket, Twitch chat. I'm not really sure what happened there. I should have been able to pull up my shield, but for some reason I wasn't. This is the downside of not having sudden rush, is sometimes in this fight in particular, you have to be able to pull up your shield really fast to get that invulnerability, and we were just lacking it. Alright, phase 3 for the bull now. Almost phase 2 for Theseus as well. Ah, so close. Thought we'd get him. Oh crap, we gotta get out of that. This fight is just so brutal now, Twitch chat. When they first came out with this empowered version of the fight, it was actually not very much harder than the original, and now they... Oh! Ooh. What even... Okay. Well, it's clear to me that we should have taken Broken Spear Point, I guess, instead of taking the Hydrolite, as that definitely would have saved us from getting whacked to death by the Minotaur. Yeah, I guess I've never gotten that close to the chariot before. I didn't realize that it just mowed you down immediately. Yikes. GG Twitch chat.
Again, I think I've heard.
This is hard mode, right? Do you mean, is it hell mode? Yeah, I've never had god mode toggled on.
Yes. What's in the old exchange?
Yeah, we'll buy darkness for nectar.
I'll take it.
Yeah, on hard mode you have to take broken spear tip for that.
What's new, Skelly?
Wanted to play a hell mode but lose 60 hours is harsh. Oh, do you have to start a new save file to play on hell? Alright, so onto a weapon rotation. GG on that 26 heat run. I think that went really well. I'm happy with how we played. I made a huge mistake in the beginning of the fight by not getting away from the Minotaur. Like right away. I'd forgotten just how punishing that sweeping attack was, and we ended up losing an entire life to it, which we really didn't need to do. We could have avoided more of that. But otherwise, I think the run went really well. Came together pretty strongly. Yes, because hell mode mandates a few heat options. Oh, really? What? Okay. So, I don't think... So, this means I'm not on God mode, right? So this means I'm playing on hell mode? I don't actually know. I was playing before this major patch. Normal, God, and hell. Okay, so I'm not playing on hell then. I'm playing on normal mode. So what is hell mode? I guess I assumed that hell mode was what we were already on. Oh, okay. Well then, we're not playing on hell mode. We must be playing on normal. Yeah, the save file is from before this last major patch. Hard to get 86,000 darkness in the amount of time since this last major patch. So yeah, so we must be playing on normal mode. I assumed that this was the hard mode, but okay. I need to look into hell then. Chances are I'm not gonna give up 86,000 darkness to play on hell mode, but maybe I can edit my save file or something. All right, so let's rotate to the spear and rotate our aspect to Achilles aspect. Looks like our current spear run is current spear heat is 14 that we've managed to beat it with, so we're going to go somewhere between, we'll probably do like 16 heat here. Try and do that. Hell mode is a mode with the Pact of Punishment enabled from the very beginning. You can't begin a run without pushing heat. Certain heat options are locked in each run. So like you can't... Oh, that's interesting. So like you don't get to choose all of your heat modifiers? Interesting. Okay, so this is the spear. If you're new to this game, the spear has 3 main attacks. Has a 3-hit combo with your X, stabby, 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 20, 30, 30. From the back, it does 45 and 30. The second ability that it has is the spin attack. If you hold your attack, it charges up the spear. When you let it go, it does 100 base damage. Highest base damage attack in the game, other than the Hestia aspect of the rail. The last move is the spear throw. So you throw your spear, it goes out. You pull it back, it comes back. The aspect of the spear that we're using has one other difference to it. When you throw your spear, instead of pulling it back, you can choose to charge to your spear. If you do, your next 2 attacks and casts are empowered by 150%. So you can see each of our casts does 125 there. So that's what we're dealing with here, and we're going to be running at about 16 heat. Let's go turn that, and then we'll...
Which to choose?
Let's go ahead and do this one. Merzwa says, what keeps popping up? Admire. Yeah, so these are statues. These statues are unlocked at different heat levels. I've never beaten the game on 32 heat. This last statue was 24 heat when I unlocked it. If they've tuned that up since then yeah, then I got in just under the wire. So okay, let's choose our keepsake. What I would like to try and do here is cast builds with this particular version of the spear are very powerful, and so I'd like to try and put together a cast build. The best way to do that is to start with Artemis and build from there. That's what I'm going to try and do. Let's turn down some of this heat. In particular, lasting consequences is definitely gone. We'll turn down convenience fee, extreme measures. I'm fine with Underworld Customs. Get rid of damage control here. Brings us to 17. Yeah, I think this is good. I think this is a good amount of heat. That's what I do. Poseidon's Sword is a lot better at it, yeah. So the upside of Poseidon's Sword that Achilles Aspect doesn't have is Poseidon's Sword ensures that you can do consistent damage with your cast because you can force them to drop out of the enemies. Achilles Aspect doesn't have that, right? So there's still a chance that well, not a chance. Any enemy that can survive all 3 of our casts, then we'll spend 15 seconds waiting for our cast to drop out of them, which is a long time. Okay, so this is our setup, 17 heat, Artemis Trinket, Achilles Aspect of the Spear. We'll start in just a moment, but first I'm going to stand up, stretch my legs, get another drink, and try and adjust my green screen so we don't have this like tiny little piece of background that's coming through in the corner here. I'll be gone for about 2 minutes or so, but I'll be right back, Twitch chat, never fear. Thank you all so much for being here. Really hope you're all enjoying the stream. If you have any questions about Hades, feel free to ask me while I'm away, type them in chat. There's also a bot in chat if you do !gods that has lots of information about the game, about the gods, about their abilities, that sort of thing, so you can feel free to ask the bot as well. If you're enjoying the stream, there's a follow button up top. It's free, it lets you know when I go live, which is the best way to know if my stream is there because my schedule is pretty hectic right now and we don't have a regular stream schedule. But thank you all so much. I'll be back shortly. Be right back. Twitch chat, welcome back. Thank you all so much for staying with me. It took me a little longer than originally expected. Started looking around, feeling really snacky and trying to figure out why, and it turns out the answer is I didn't eat dinner. So I made myself some pizza rolls. I promise this isn't about to turn into a mukbang stream, but I do need to eat or I am going to lose energy before the end of the stream. I'm going to snack on some pizza rolls while we're doing this. Catch up with chat here real fast. First of all, Vale, thank you so much for that follow and also for being so interactive in chat. Really appreciate it. Let's see. Full stream, you'll be playing to a crowd in no time at this quality level. Well, thank you, Vale. I really appreciate that. My goal is not to build a huge following. I'm just trying to share some things that I'm passionate about with people. And honestly, it completely humbles me that 10 people show up to watch me play video games, which is just something that I like to do. So if we get more people, that's awesome, but it's not my end goal. Bozo Hammer says, odd interaction I noticed the other day. Skelly summon susceptible to your attacks as well as those of enemies. I want to see if his health pool is affected by heat modifiers. Yeah, I think his health pool is like he is impacted by if you take the invulnerability modifier, it does apply to Skelly, so I assume that his health does as well. Do I forget, do you ever do a max heat run after the stream? Yeah, Throws a Hammer, we turned the heat all the way up to max. We didn't even make it to the end of Act 1. We came pretty close, but it was nasty. Skelly's the only one I've been able to use in the Hades fights. Sisyphus, I believe you can use in the Hades fight as well. Dev streams always with the cool bots. Yeah. So yeah, this bot is made by me and updated by me. So it's not always exactly on track. Depends on how lazy I am about updating the bot. Does Factorio count? Yeah, Factorio does count as a language. That is a Turing complete programming language. Been looking to watch a good Shield player. Well, unfortunately, Spence, number one, welcome to the channel, but you might want to go watch the VOD, which you can actually do while we're live on stream. This next run is going to be a spear. We just finished a Shield run at 26 heat. We didn't win, but we finished the run. It was finished for us via the front of a chariot. Guard Dog Vor, hey, welcome back to the stream. Yep, Throws a Hammer is correct. We push progression based on the weapon that we're using. And for the spear right now, it's 14 heat is our highest, and so we're going to be pushing around 17 heat. 26 heat is something we're only capable of coming even close to with the shield at the moment. Still building up my other weapons' potential to be around there. All right, let's get this started.
Lady Artemis.
Good hunting, Zagreus. The sooner you get out of there, the sooner you...
The might of the Huntress. There. Might as well.
The mukbang stream is real. So, I talked about early on how Achilles' aspect is really strong with cast builds, and Artemis's cast is a really strong cast. So that first choice there was no choice at all. It was very simple to do. And here we can take Maim Shot, which says we can't attack for 4 rounds, but after that our cast deals 73% more damage. Well, cast build confirmed, Twitch chat. Cast build confirmed. Alright, let's take this Nectar in order to level up our cast. That's okay. We can make do with just specials and casts. Ugh. Good chat, I did not see that lout. Luckily we do 630 base damage, or 630 damage on crits. Looks like about 300 damage base. So there's no reason to need to attack. If we had to fight a boss, we'd have to attack, but these mobs, they ain't gonna live. Yeah, casual 600 in what, rune 3? Right? Such a strong cast. Now that cast is level 2, so now it's up to 126 base damage.
Now let's be reasonable now. Your dust.
So 945 crits in Act 1 is a little out of this world. This is Hestia levels of damage. This is better than Hestia. Like, Hestia can definitely get up to this, but not this fast. Nothing in the game is going to scale up as fast as what we just put together here. It's outrageous. The biggest problem that we're going to have is cast damage isn't easy to continue to scale up, right? We only have a couple of options. Artemis boons, chaos, right? So we've got to figure out how are we going to continue this to scale up to the place where we're going to be able to beat the last boss with it, right? And then how do we do consistent damage? So the one thing that we have a problem with right now is anything that can actually survive 3 of our casts, which granted is only bosses and mini bosses in this game, but anything that can survive it, all we can do is kind of sit around and look at the enemy for 15 seconds while we wait for our cast to fall out, right? So we need some form of consistency to our damage as well. Here I think I'm happy to take this shop and just see if we get anything.
How's business, mate?
Okay. So I think legitimately the Palm of Power here is our best option and continue to scale up our cast. The problem is that at the end of this act, we have to sell at least 1 blessing. So I think I'm going to take Athena here and guarantee that we have something to sell. I think Divine Strike here is pretty strong. Divine Flourish, we will be throwing our spear a lot, but we're not really relying on that damage too much. Rosa Hammer says, does the deflect apply to the dash as well? It does not. There's a separate ability for making your dash deflect. I think Strike and Flourish are both pretty decent picks here. I think we're more likely to actually be able to deflect things if we take Strike. Thanks to our teleporting, Flourish is going to be... Oh, from your Achilles Rush? Good question. I guess we can science it. I'm expecting to have to sell this anyway, so I don't really mind doing some science.
Wretches.
I'm not gonna... Oh, right, I can't attack. Oops. Bad. You can't really science against these enemies. I don't want to put myself in a position where we're trying to deflect their attacks. I'm not that good at their timing. But if we get some witches, we'll do it, right? One key thing with the Achilles aspect that can be difficult to master if you're trying to do what we're doing and pulling off a cast build. Only your first 2 casts after dashing are empowered, so you have to be careful not to use all 3 of your casts. Yeah, I don't think it does either, at least not that I'm seeing. Okay, so multi-skewer is a no-go here. The reason is, with Achilles aspect, you're often dashing to your spear, and having your spear bounce somewhere off the screen that you can't see it is a recipe for disaster. So we're definitely not going to do that. I think extending jab is a viable pick here. Having our attack do more damage to distant foes and having a little extra range. is pretty decent. Quick spin, though, is absolutely fantastic. And the reason why is that empowerment that we get after we dash to our spear applies to our spin. The problem is it carries a lot of risk between by doing that, right? Because not only are you dashing in, now you have to charge up your spin attack to try and get the damage from that. Quick spin mitigates a lot of that and makes it so that we'll legitimately be able to use spin in some scenarios where our cast is a bad solution. A good example is if we run into a room where we have to do a lot of area of effect damage, our cast is not going to solve that. Our spin could, and quick spin really opens that up for us. So I'm going to take this.
You honor me.
GG.
This calls.
Dash damage seems to scale with the theme's boost at least. I'll use Rush to differentiate them. Yeah, I think that's fair. You can always hide behind a prop and dash while empowered. Yep. Alright, Divine Strike makes that very nice spin that we just made viable even better. Blinding Flash is a way to apply a debuff. Chances are we won't actually be using this backstab damage for anything, but if we can apply 2 debuffs, it'll increase our cast damage by 50%. Our cast damage is already absolutely ridiculous, so being able to increase its damage by 50% guarantees a win, basically, against single target enemies, aka the bosses.
The shield of light.
Alright, now that my mouth is clear of food, the reason why I decided to take the strike there was I think that legitimately using spin attacks is going to be our solution for area of effect rooms. So as interested as I am of getting 2 debuffs, there's a long road to pull that together, right? Whereas I think the Divine Strike will provide us pretty immediate value in a lot of fights. So that's what I'm going with. If you would have made a different choice, tell me why. I'd love to know. I'd love to hear about it. There is a very open backseating policy in this channel. Please don't try and play the game for me, but if you would have made a different decision and you have criteria for why you would have, I would love to hear about it. Okay, a key way to make cast builds better is to take Artemis boons, so let's take Artemis boons.
Witches.
Yep, the rush definitely deflects. Confirmed. Thanks. Gotta get rid of this skull pile down here. There it goes. Nice. Oh my goodness. 1200 damage. It ain't so. Okay, so Artemis's Aid, Deadly Reversal, or Pressure Points. Lamek says this music is total nonsense. This is boss fight music from Chrono Trigger, is what this is. Sorcerer Hammer says, I think you made the correct choice. I would have to sell one of them anyways. Yeah, Deadly Reversal to sell later I think is valid. It's definitely not going to help us too much with our current build, but a 20% increased chance to critical when our casts are doing 1200 damage on crits is pretty nice. Pressure points, I mean, that's flat damage for everything, right? Or flat chance to crit on everything, which is pretty nice. Artemis's Aid, also very strong. This will help us push, especially on the Act 3 boss. I think there's a chance that we're really going to have to push. And this allows us to do that. Will Deadly Reversal be better in hallways, though? I mean, Deadly Reversal in hallways allows our Fin attack to crit with a 20% chance. That could really save our ass on Death Barge.
The dead better hide. Much better. Pests. You want to die again?
So here's an example of our cast would take us a million years and a lot of risk to finish this room because it has so much area of effect. But we're able to use our spin to compensate for that thanks to some quick spin.
Something for the moon.
Alright, do we want anything from Sisyphus? Well, I am interested in Boldy's buff, right? Sorcerer Hammer, is there a reason you took max health over chaos? I didn't see a chaos. There was one in that room, I missed it. Money or a palm? I think I need to get Palm of Power. I do want that Boldy buff, but Boldy's buff is so low that maybe it doesn't matter.
Death is inevitable.
Now, if we can win this,
Had a
we'll be in a
feeling
pretty
I
good
would find
place.
You all alone out here.
Yeah, Spencer, at a certain point, you unlock the ability to give Boldy nectars when you go through Sisyphus's room, and he gives you some kind of a small buff. It'll be like 3% damage increase or like 10 max health or something like that. It's a small buff, but you get to give a nectar to a boulder, and isn't that reward in and of itself?
Or I'll slay you instead if you prefer. Think you can beat me? Stay dead. Place is crawling with these dead.
Gee.
You have
Let's grant me strength.
Boldy the bro. See you, Steak Buyers. Thank you so much for hanging out on the channel, as
Save
always.
some for me
Pleasure to
next
have you
time.
there. I think the best thing we can do is make our true shot better. So let's do
Thank
that.
you, gods.
Let's take this heart that Van so nicely gave to us. So my worry about taking this Erebus room, and I would love to have this 50 max health, is that if this is a bunch of small enemies, we're gonna get hit. right? And if we get hit, we get nothing. This is a free room because if we take either of these other rooms, it will be the room before the boss. But I think I'm going to take it anyways, but to be perfectly honest, Twitch chat, I'm worried about this.
I know where you are.
Let's see if I've still got it. Got me.
You failed.
Well, I think that was a record for the fastest I've ever gotten hit in one of these rooms.
Oh well.
But that's okay. It was a free room, and we only took 1 damage, so it wasn't that bad. Twitch chat, are we running with convenience fee? Do we have convenience fee turned on? Because if we don't, the shop is good. If we do, the shop is not good. Also would probably be happy with this Hermes. But I think the heart is the most consistent. Take the... Our Dog of War says, what are Zagreus' innate powers? As a god, he probably has some innate level of magic.
Strength of the centaurs.
So, for our Dog of War, the answer is we don't know. In fact, Zagreus doesn't know what he is the god of. So if we look at Thanatos here, where is it? Yeah, Thanatos would never speak of this to me, but it's clear, once came the bond they share. My thought is that the Master's son must be the god of blood, of life. Thus, they are inexorably drawn. And he, in fact, asks Achilles about this in like a speaking part, where he asks Achilles if he really thinks that he's the god of blood. And Achilles is like, well, you're a god. You must be a god of something, right? But Zagreus doesn't think he's the god of anything, right? So... TBD. God of Blood seems to be the overarching theme.
We meet again.
I'm pledged to stand against you, Zagreus. You are always left to mine.
Ooh, what a crit. Our empowered cast is doing 500 base damage, Twitch chat. So crazy. Alright. Get to Meg. Where the hell is she? Get out of this group of monsters so that we can shoot you at a cast like God intended. There we go. GG. Okay. Whew. Okay, ended up taking more damage than I expected there.
Yes.
Thanks to a core weakness of our build, which is we can't do any really good area of effect damage, and so our huge cast that we can do, I couldn't hit Meg with them because she was hiding behind monsters. Oh my god, lay down then and Meg, lay down with them, with Than and Meg at the same time. Bros? We are not currently romancing Meg. We are currently romancing Thanatos. Thanatos is our boyfriend, for all intents and purposes. Yeah, Meg is a little melancholy. Also, Megira is the fury of envy, of jealousy. So, you know, I feel like she's going to be really clingy and really possessive. So, no, that's just how it is.
Should I take the trade?
Alright, so we're required to sell one of these boons. And I think the answer is to sell Divine Flourish. And the reason is, the damage from this special really doesn't mean anything to us. The damage to our spin helps us with AE, and True Shot is the core of our build. So I don't really mind losing some of this extra damage off Divine Flourish.
That's one less boon.
Let's sell it. And let's figure out what boon we want to use for the next one. Are you not hitting on Meg? You know, it is what it is. You know, just mechanically speaking, I didn't look up any spoilers to the patch, although I played day one, so I guess I was the spoilers. But I figured if anything was going to be mechanically better, it would be Thanatos, thanks in no small part to his ability to do 9,999 damage to everything. But just aside from that, I feel like Meg, you know, a little clingy, and also was just the default route, right? Like, I feel like everybody was going to romance Meg, so I went Thanatos. Morning, Hanuli. Welcome to the channel again. Okay, so what are we going to take here? Great question. The problem with cast builds is there's not a lot that can make a cast build better, right? More Artemis would make it better, but we've already taken Artemis's trinket, so we can't use it to force more Artemis. I think our single target damage is plenty good enough. And I think, honestly, our AE is probably good enough as well with this Divine Strike. So I think we need to start looking for mitigation. And I'm happy to take, I think, Aphrodite to look for that. Different League is good, Life Affirmation would be good, and the ability to apply weakness would also be good.
Should help.
Going gay for the hit factor.
Heading up.
It's not hit factor, it's game mechanics, man. Dan is the most powerful character that you see in this game. Not hip at all. It's about the damage. It's about admiration.
Made it to Asphodel.
If he wanted to, he could kick our ass. We kill Megira. We kill Hades. Thanatos would wipe the floor with us if we had to fight Thanatos. Just putting that out there. Not that I was suggesting we romance Hades, by the way. I'm just saying that he's the only god we for sure could not beat if we had to fight.
Wave makers.
Which chat, where can I sign a petition to ban wave makers from this game? I hate these mobs so much. I'll take double Medusas. I'll take all the burn flingers in the world. Just get rid of these wave makers, please. Didn't believe in Cast Sphere. It turned out pretty neat. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, I think it's underestimated that the Achilles aspect says increase the next two by 150%, and that's multiplicative, right? So not a lot of damage in this game is multiplicative, but the empowerment from Achilles is, and so that's just very strong. Noli says, I hate the Asphodel Witches more. I don't mind the Asphodel Witches as much as long as I'm not playing the sword. If I'm playing the sword, I hate the Asphodel Witches. Because not only is it a pain to get close to them, then they'll go fly over the lava where you have to actively jump into the lava to hit them. Oh, so nasty. Every other weapon has some way to deal with that, but the sword does not. So it feels really bad. So in addition to our cast being strong, we also just hit with our spear for 1,000 right there, right? There's some power behind this spear build, Twitch chat. May not be able to hit fast, but when it hits hard.
Over there. Good.
We have
Oh, darkness? I don't care about this darkness. Let's take this Aphrodite. Sorry, I was looking at Twitch chat and just mindlessly opened that chest when I had no desire to lose health for darkness. Signing a petition to add more wave makers? No! Please no. They're so mean. The reason I hate wave makers is I take so much poke damage to wave makers because they're hard to avoid. Their projectile goes faster the farther it travels, and so you get these ones that are completely off your screen, shoot a projectile at you, and by the time it's somewhere on your screen that can see it, it's traveling so fast, you have very little time to react. I think it's just rude. Sorry, but that's just, that's my stance. I think it's rude. Oof. This build is weirdly bad at brimstones because even though they don't have a lot of life, we only can do big hits. Oh, I meant to address something earlier. So Vayne, you asked about not having the invulnerability. The reason that I didn't take the invulnerability heat modifier is specifically for this build. I knew that this was going to be, whether we went spin or cast, this was going to be a big hit build. And big hit builds get impacted by those stacks of vulnerability a lot more than most builds do, and so that's why I avoided it. Alright, Scattershot. We're not going to replace our awesome Artemis cast with Scattershot. That's not going to happen. Ashen Dash to Inflect Weak is decent. The problem with this is going to be that right now we're not really getting close to our enemies in most cases. So are we going to want to dash into them purely to apply weakness? Probably not. So I'm guessing different league is probably the way to go here.
Let's break some hearts. Get me out of here.
This is Death Barge. We're going to be sad. Oh, it's Gorgon. Okay, great.
My favorite power couple.
GG, Gorgon. Oh, mistimed that. That's okay. Versus. Okay. I need to calm down. Stop treating it like I've already won this. Causing me to lose life right here. There we go. No tricky spear dash things. Let's just do regular dashes. You don't want to lose life here. Please. What in the world? Okay. I don't know what's going on here. Done this fight a million times and never lost a life on it. That's unfortunate. Our break strike. I don't really want to replace our strike. I mean, being able to apply weakness is good, but not being able to deflect is bad.
Heartbreak time.
Yeah, that was pretty depressing. The problem was I was trying to use like our spear dash as like this fancy trick to be able to get more damage in on the Skull Crusher, and it ended up just being a bad plan. It took way more damage than I needed to because I was trying to style on the Skull Crusher. Get some pillar money. That pillar cash life. I'll probably get 2 of them. The enemies aren't gonna let us get this other one. Oh well. That's fine. We'll just cast him into oblivion then. Got him. 1500. Ah, crap. Skull pile's gonna be a problem. Thanks to it always reducing skulls, you can't very well cast down skull pile with Artemis cast. So I always prioritize those when we're running a build like this. Gotcha. See, the little Spirit Dash thing works fine against the regular Skull Crushers. Alright, there's more Aphrodite. I would love to get Aphrodite's special, so I think I'm going to take this Aphrodite. Also, we still haven't seen Life Affirmation, which would be fantastic as well, so I think this is a good pickup. And sitting at 602 gold, we just don't need the money. Ooh. Twitch chat, I did not anticipate the Brimstone's annual conference. Goodness. Hey, there's a chest. That's nice. Maybe. Let's see what it has. I can hope that it's nice. Ah, that's not a good dash. Let's go. Alright, let's use cast to keep these other ones down, I think.
Hi, Aphrodite.
Alright, Aphrodite, show us your special, please. Still no special. You do Passion Dash. I guess Passion Dash will work for us. Again, I'm not super excited about getting that close. Alternatively, we can take Dying Lament. Dying Lament really strong against the small rats in Act 4. But I think the ability to apply weakness is going to be better for us.
Love and loss.
Why is every one of our chests darkness today, Twitch chat? We turn on some, like, darkness only chest modifier?
Should be something.
If so, how do I turn it off? I don't like it. Alright, this is going to be the room before the boss. Got plenty of money for a shop, and the shop might have a heal, so let's take that. Well, none of these things are a heal.
That's a lot of coin.
Dionysus might be mitigation. Let's start here. After Party is some potential heal. Rolls on all of these are terrible. Ugh. What a bad roll. After Party at 30%, this is never going to proc. We'll be dead if it's ever going to go off. Guess we'll take it anyways. We'll look for some more mitigation here. Okay, epic roll and quick recovery is nice. Like that. Alma power, let's make our true shot even stronger. Hey, good night, Guard Dog of War. Thanks for stopping by and interacting with the stream as always. Oh,
Come and get it.
we don't have extreme measures turned on. Fantastic. Okay. Well then, let's just heal from the items in the fight. So much easier. Alright. One problem that we have though is all of our casts are now stuck in the boss. There we go. He says, what is wrong with Dionysus' aid? There's nothing wrong with Dionysus' aid. Dionysus' Aid does different, does a decent amount of damage, although nothing to really write home about. Usually when I take Dionysus' Aid, what I'm really looking for is a way to apply a second debuff, and Dionysus' Aid gives me a way to do that. Here, we don't have another debuff, so it would be purely perspective for me to take it at this point. Because the damage is decent, but it's not enough compared to like our cast that it's going to make a huge difference in the overall damage of our build. But either way, that roll was also terrible, right? Everything was commons. Part of the reason why I was kind of sneering at everything there was not just because of what it was, but because it was all common rolls. Have 2 casts, Snake Face. Have a 3rd. Ooh, 1,000, nice. It does good base damage. It does good base damage, but there's conditions with it, right? You have to be really close to the enemies, which is not a position that we tend to put ourselves in with this build if we can avoid it, right? And then even then, we have to take damage in order for it to do anything at all, right? We won't build up an aid, at least not in any kind of a normal fight, from just attacks alone, right? So it ends up being more of like a revenge ability. Revenge abilities are good, but if I can avoid taking damage, I'd rather not take damage and not have to worry about the revenge ability. But I'd say, like, Dionysus's Aid is, like, good base damage if you compare it to, like, regular attacks. It's not really good damage if you compare it to the other aids, right? If you compare it to what Artemis's Aid does when it's fully charged up, what Aphrodite's Aid does when it's fully charged up, or even Zeus's, it's not that strong comparatively. Val says, your inputs are pretty accurate. I see a bunch of people pressing 50 buttons a second pretending they're pro while at it. I think in particular, I mean, I'm still bad about it. Like panic dashing, I'm better than I used to be. As I've learned more, I've slowed down, and I've been a little more thoughtful about it. It's definitely something that I learned from Dark Souls in terms of not just panic dashing, waiting for when you need to dash. And I think that's why you see a lot of people pressing buttons, is because the dash is so strong and you want to dash a million times a second, but it's not always the right answer.
Purge boons for coin. The gods won't mind.
Marismith, what Aphrodite's Aid does, what kill you? Oh, Marismith, that's mean-spirited, my friend. That's mean-spirited. So what Marismith is referring to is there's a particularly nasty bug with Aphrodite's Aid right now that causes it to sometimes immediately kill the player. We experienced this twice in a 26 heat run earlier. This was Tuesday night stream. And it wrecked us. We lost 2 full lives to that bug before we realized what was going on. So nasty. But when it's not killing you, Mariswith, it also does 2,500 base damage when you charge it all the way up. Not only that, when it's not charged all the way up, it stuns. It can be used to stun bosses, which is pretty fantastic. Dionysus aid more often, rarely letting it go to 5. It only stacks up to 5 poison in most cases anyway. Yeah. Dionysus is... Yeah, it's really one of the aids that's better used every time it comes up, rather than waiting for it to fully fill up. Certain circumstances are different though, like the Death Barge, for instance. By the way, one thing you might have noticed, I felt like we needed that max health more than we did the Daedalus Hammer when I passed it. And I get yelled at a lot when I do this, and people go, "Oh my god, you passed on Daedalus Hammer. Why would you do that? That's ridiculous." And the answer is, Daedalus Hammer is a pretty common role in Act 3. But you don't think it is. And the reason is, almost everyone takes Daedalus Hammer immediately when they see it in Act 3. And so you feel like, oh, well, it's very rare.
What's for sale?
But really it's not. So passing on a Daedalus Hammer when you have a really good option staring you in the face in Act 3, I think is a perfectly reasonable thing to do. And now that we have our max health and we've bought our life back, now it's time for us to take this Daedalus Hammer and look for massive spin.
That one's rearming.
Crap.
Next.
Here I was thinking that was the end of the wave. All getting ready to call it quits for the night. Just kidding. Just was, you know, kind of powering down, getting ready to look at chat, and then it's like, nope, whole other wave of monsters. Oh, crap. Fine. I've got to kill more of you. I guess I got it. Got him.
The spear's due for a little maintenance.
I thought it was because spirit upgrades aren't that exciting. That's true, right? So we're mainly a cast build, right? So the Daedalus Hammer can't do anything to empower our cast, right? But our cast already hits for like 15 to 1700, right? That's enough damage to kill the last boss, right? We don't need that to get much stronger. What we need to do is figure out how we're going to solve hallway fights, how we're going to kill the little rats in Act 4, how we're going to kill like small groups of enemies when we have to do that. And the answer to that is never going to be making our cast better. Our cast simply isn't going to be good at that. Massive spin, though, with quick spin, that is going to solve that problem for us. So even though this doesn't allow us to like continue on our single target focused path of being cast build, this fixes one of the problems that our cast build has, and that's an unfixable problem for our cast build. So I think this is really important, and I do think this Daedalus Hammer was a really good pick.
I'm honored.
Flame Wheels, no. Flame Wheels really are arch nemesis with this build. Oh, goodness.
No.
Goodness. Really need a switch to die. That's what I need. There we go. Now that the witch is gone, we can kill the shield easily. Thanks to the magic of Artemis's cast, which has a hidden ability which says Artemis's cast pierces shields.
Lady Athena. In the name of Hades.
About another 20 swords for you to chop through. Yeah, that's exactly what the game thought we needed. Well, this isn't a great roll on bronze skin, but it is the mitigation I was looking for. I'm gonna take it.
Strength of the goddess.
Alright, this Artemis is gonna be a mini boss. If it's the Minotaur, I think we're just fantastic at the Minotaur. If it's the balls, I think we can use our casts in order to get the balls down pretty quickly, and then we can use our spin to manage the ads. So I think we're good at either of these mini boss fights. Started charging up our spear build there, or spear spin, not realizing that he was already starting to charge. So there was no way for me to recover. I was animation locked there, unfortunately. Alright, there's phase 2. One good crit from our cast, and this is over. Unfortunately, in order to get a cast, we need the cast to freaking fall out of this guy. This is what I was talking about consistency, right? He hits so hard, but if all 3 casts are in the enemy, then what are we doing? GG. Okay. Are you on plus 50% speed? No, we're only running like 20% more move speed. Hey, Twitch chat. You know, I said there's only a couple of ways to make our cast build even better.
Time to hunt. More strongbows.
Here's some science for you. If you're using Achilles' aspect of the spear, and you have burst shot, the damage increase applies to both of the casts for the next 2 shots that you do. So the secondary shot from burst shot gets the damage bonus, but does not consume it. Which effectively gives us 3.5 empowered shots per dash. And I'm really hoping that this chest has a heal. I think that's all we really need right now is a nice heal. God. Should have been able to dash to that corner. I'm actually not sure why I couldn't dash to that corner, actually. Alright. Well, an unfortunate set of circumstances there. We got through the Minotaur fight without losing a life, but we lost enough life in the Minotaur fight that we lost one afterwards. I'd say that's okay. There's still a chance we could see Patroclus, and we still have enough money that we could buy back life, so that route is not closed to us. Just some bad mechanics right there, right? Had I played that better, we would have been just fine. Hey, don't dodge my cast, please. There you go. Alright, come on.
Shiny.
I guess we can't buy a life if we see it. Can buy a heal though. Well, we're guaranteed not to see Patroclus then. Dionysus is possible mitigation, so we're probably going to take the Dionysus here. Yeah, so you can see you can dash across this, right? But I think there's like one or yeah, see, but like right here, cannot dash across it. So there's like some places if you hit it at like a perfect angle, you can't dash across, which is what happened to me right there. All right, let's take Dionysus here.
Time to feast.
Wow, what a glorious set of circumstances. Weird, this shouldn't be the room before the boss. Oh. Oh god.
Don't come back.
Okay, but this is unpleasant, to say the least. Please stop. Flame wheels. I mean, let's be real, okay? Nobody likes you. If you could just, you know, change your attitude a little bit. Stop blowing people up. People would like you so much better. Now we've got freaking Void Stones as well. Pain in my butt, Twitch chat. The good news about these flame wheels is that we have quick recovery. So when I do make a mistake, as I invariably do, when we take some damage, it's fine, because we heal back 40% of it immediately. So we're always dashing around.
Good enough to eat.
Okay, Divine Strike, True Shot, Passion Dash. These are all pretty good, but I think True Shot is the way to go. Without more casts, which we currently haven't found, either through Chaos or through Fully Loaded, our consistency is really shit, right? Which means that we have to be able to do, with the 3 casts that we have to be able to do massive damage. So I think taking True Shot here is the way to go.
Thank you for your support.
What ho! That is a handsome spear you doubtless claim deceitfully from some more worthy bearer than yourself.
Well, this old thing. How nice of you to notice. It once belonged to the hero Achilles. A little past your time, but maybe you've heard of him, seeing as he's much more famous than you ever were.
God, Zagreus loves to poke at Theseus's ego. Fun fact, Twitch chat, in case you didn't know, Theseus was the original main character of this game. They did a main character pivot and decided to go with Zagreus instead, but it was originally Theseus.
How dare you say such things to me? I was the greatest king of Athens in my day. The tales of my exploits with Asterius and many other challenges shall long outlive whatever comes of you.
Alright, now my general strategy for this fight is get the bull down first and then deal with Theseus. But there's one exception to that strategy, which is if you have a way to deal with Theseus' shield, Theseus does not have a lot of health. Most of his effective health comes from the fact that he blocks so much damage with his shield. So if you can ignore his shield, it oftentimes pays to go for Theseus first, which is what we're going to do on this time. We're going to lean on the fact that our cast pierces shields, and we are just going to nuke Theseus into oblivion. That's our plan. Now that being said, we are going to run into our always problem, which is how do we get our casts out, right? That's okay. Phase 2, here we go.
Olympus, I invoke your aid.
Freaking Minotaur charge. Calm yourself, Minotaur. We're waiting for our cast to pop out. I think I'm gonna try and weakness up. Wasn't expecting the bullhorn right there. Probably should have been, but wasn't. Alright, Theseus is down. Now we have just the bull to deal with. We're gonna be at bull phase 2 here pretty quick. Alright, got a cast back. GG, bull phase 2. Guess that's the opposite of GG. Not GG so much as there's still a whole game left to play. I really wanted that cast. There we go. Alright, this should be enough to kill him maybe? Oh, there's phase 3. Alright, bull. Have fun. Nice. This fight is pretty trivial without extreme measures. I think that really depends on your weapon and your setup. I actually find this fight to be a huge pain in the ass with the bow. The primary reason why my bow is so much lower heat than my other weapons is dealing with this fight with the bow. Oh, but I don't want to sell any of these. So the problem is, Ash and Dash is better mitigation. It reduces the damage by 50%, but I have to actively keep things weakened, whereas Different League is passive mitigation, right? Huh. Alright, let's get rid of Passion Dash here. And then what we're going to do is we'll take Broken Spear Tip here as a way to get some mitigation. And see if that works out. I approach it the same way with every weapon. Takes a bit, but I barely take any hits. That's fair. And this has such like a Cowboy Bebop feel to me. I know it's from Bastion soundtrack, but still. Alright, let's look at our hallways. Okay, we've got an Epic Heart. Aphrodite, we've got some Artemis. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take Athena here on the off chance that we get Life Affirmation, because if we get Life Affirmation, I think we can get a lot of max HP right here. No Life Affirmation, but we did get a way to apply weakness. Alright, we're gonna save the rest of this money just in case we lose a life and have to buy it back. Does the bow have a dash attack? I don't feel like it. Yes. So the bow, yeah, so Veil is exactly right. So right after you dash, your bow aims faster and fires faster and does less damage. So there is a dash attack for the bow. Bitch chat, remember that time we just hit stuff for 1800? Good God. That 1800 is the second highest amount of damage I've ever been able to pull off in this game. GG mobs. But yeah, it does look similar. Like, it took me a long time to realize that both the bow and the gun have dash attacks. I didn't think they did. The spear dash attack used to be pretty non-noticeable as well. About 2 major patches ago, whenever they added the aspects, it got this nice, like, big sweeping animation, which made it noticeably something different than the regular attack. It's just little rats. It's just little rats, okay. Jeez it, man. No pun intended, rats. Massive dash is stronger than little rats, it turns out. Or massive spin. Did we sell Dying Lament? We had Dying Lament at one point, didn't we? By thinking of a different run. One problem that we have is we have good targets for our cast, but we actually can't hit them because of all these tiny rats running around. Strangely enough. Nice. Alright. This team does a sick job. Always impressed in how natural it feels to control their characters. You talking about Supergiant? Yeah, Supergiant's a fantastic studio. Okay. Vent Spirit. This will help us dodge projectiles. The question is, how many more projectiles do we have left to dodge, right? It does slow down the last boss's cast, which is nice. But if we take Empty Inside, this means that we only have to get close to the boss every once in a while to apply weakness. Oh, actually, you know what? We can use our Spear Throw to apply weakness now. So actually, I think we should take Spent Spirit here. I forgot about that. There's still one unfixed bug. Oh, Durzok, there's 2 unfixed bugs. I know what you're talking about in terms of you can get 2 shots occasionally when you dash and attack at the same time. The other unfixed bug is sometimes Aphrodite's Aid instantly kills you if you use it.
Let's break some hearts.
As big of a problem as the dash attack bug is, I think the Aphrodite one is slightly worse. Yeah, it happened to us on stream on Tuesday. Quite nasty. Alright, I'm just not digging this music. Hold on. Let's go with some paper boats going on. Put too many albums on this list. Here we go. The dash attack bug makes shield charge unreliable. Yeah, that's fair. Also, the heal amount on the food in Karen's shop doesn't update the heal value on the tooltip. I don't know. I found the shield charge to be very reliable, personally. Okay, so we didn't find Life Affirmation, which means that there's a good chance we're not taking this room at all. What we're going to do is we're going to roll this room to something else, and we're going to try and roll these 2 rooms to be hearts.
Let's see what's in here.
Got stuck behind some... Oof! Twitch chat. You gotta love seeing that. Holy crap. This build may actually struggle with small rats because we can't hit things quickly, but boy do we hit things hard. Alright. Is it possible that this is still active for the last boss? It is. Let's take this. If we get lucky and this is the fountain room, then we'll be able to take that cast, that extra cast into the last boss. If you're at 50 of 100 HP burger and fries heals 50 HP, then you buy a Mino Heart, it heals 68. Oh yeah. Yeah. I think that's a forgivable bug, Mariswith. That's my opinion on that. If they know about that, I'm sure it's pretty low on their totem pole of things to fix, would be my guess. God, snake statue, stop. Not chapping your hide or anything. Yeah, that's fair. I will say that, so number one, I've been playing this game for a long time, right? So it's hard for me to be like, number one, I'm very biased. I've put like over 1,000 hours into this game, so anything I say about this game is going to be rosier than the reality, but I do feel like this is extremely polished for an early access game. I've done some early access games that were quite rubbish, and this game has been very playable from day one. The content wasn't there necessarily from day one, but it was playable from day one, and that definitely isn't true with some of the others I've played. And now we find, we come to the part of the run where Elisande talks about his true weakness as a Hades player. I will bitch about this till no end. I am incapable of dodging satyr attacks. Whatever bone it is that people have, or whatever personality trait that allows them to dodge satyrs, is not present in my body. They're not difficult enemies. They're easy to dodge, but for whatever reason, their timing refuses to ever click with me. I just can't make it work in my head. So whenever there's a satyr, you'll see me take a huge amount of damage because I can't dodge them. I can't dodge them. Right there, I'm just being an ass and face tanking stuff. I shouldn't have done that. It's the wrong move, but even when I'm trying, I am unable to dodge them.
That's a relief.
They're not using early access as a way to build a game. I'm pretty sure the roadmap has been roughly done for a long time. They stagger the releases as a marketing test. That's not true, Vale. I mean, the part about the roadmap being set in advance is true. They're an established studio, and they know how to make pipelines, and they know what they want the game to be. But they are actively they're doing the development in between these releases. It's not like something that's already done and they're releasing it in episodes. NoClip actually has a video series called Developing Hell, where they follow like the development of Hades, and yeah, they do it. Essentially, these releases between the major updates are like sprints in the normal like development project terminology, and so they are building it. And what you're getting in the next major patch is the work they've done between that one and the next one. All right, let's reroll this to a heart again. I was really hoping that that would be the fountain room, because then we'd have been able to go into Hades with a 4-cast build, or 4-cast setup. But that's okay. I don't think that's necessary for us to win. It just would have been a nice bonus. Those satyrs are asshats, yes. Whether or not you believe that, I appreciate you agreeing with me. Not that I think you're being inauthentic, but I just need people to tell me that satyrs are asshats, whether or not they actually are. Right, get out of here, rats. Out of here, rats. Go. Be on your way.
Could wash away my bones.
I'm not gonna sell the Spent Spirit. I think normally it would be worth it. It is going to allow us to dodge a lot of casts in the last fight, which I think is worth it. And there's nothing compelling enough in the shop for me to need another 400 gold. So some consideration for this, but I think overall I'm not going to do it. Let's see. Vader's very high in annoyance levels in my book. Well, thank you for the confirmation, for validating my feelings. Mariswith, I don't generally humor people much. That's fair, Mariswith. I do know that about you. By the way, can you deflect Hades' yellow spear swings? Are you talking about like the big sweeping attack, or like his stab attack?
How goes it, mate?
All right, we're gonna buy both of these palms, and then we're gonna buy this heart. And I think that's the way to go. Nothing I'm so excited about in this Hermes that I think it's gonna be worth it. Different league. This is both bronze skin and different leagues get huge jumps here. Let's take bronze skin here.
God's grant me strength.
Let's take different league here for more mitigation. So what I'm afraid about on this Hades fight is that how are we going to survive during the time that our cast is stuck in the boss, right? And so that's why I spent a lot of our palms there getting more mitigation, is we need to be able to survive in between our giant hits, right? I got hit and killed a bunch of times. The deflect animation was clear there. The shield were a combo attack during phase 2. 2 wide swings and a spin. The spin is deflectable, and it's also blockable with the shield if you have it up. His stab attack goes through the shield. I guess I don't know if it goes through deflect or not. I kind of assume that since it goes through the shield, it probably bypasses deflect as well. But with all of those attacks, the timing for deflect is really tight. Sometimes you can get it with a dash. Very rarely can you deflect it with a weapon. Dale says between 600 HP and mitigation, you can go pretty sloppy and still make it, I think. That's fair, although we don't have quite 600 HP, right? We have 200 and we get 50 back, or we have 300 and we get 50% back from each one. The other thing that's a little frightening to me here is going to be the ad phases. We're bad at ads. The long and the short of it, right? Your tip saved my butt right there. Gee. Here's the ad phase I'm pretty afraid of, although our casts aren't currently stuck in the boss, which I think is a big benefit for us here. Okay, you gotta get away from the boss there, Poe. Nope. Go rearm for you. Not gonna happen. That was surprising. I expected my spear dash there to protect me, and it absolutely did not. Oh, I thought I killed that. Oh well. And these casts are so much easier to dodge with Spent Spirit. Oh, we're phasing again. Oh, the Armored Chariot, cool. Armored Chariots are my faves. What's up, Armored Chariot buddy? We can be friends, right? You don't need to like squash me into oblivion. Oh, Stop, please. Alright, now we gotta cast. Got pretty lucky right there, to be honest. Alright, we need our cast back. So in particular, like during this phase, we're fairly fine. During phase 2.5, this time that we have to stall, it's gonna feel like a million years.
Let's go.
And weakened for sure.
Let's see you run from this.
I'm not gonna run, I'm gonna stand behind you and shoot you with a cast. Who needs to run from your laser attack? At least not in this phase. Oh god. Alright, so we're running with 800% trap damage, which means if we get hit by any of these urns, we will immediately lose a life. You gotta be careful on that. Holy cow. Okay. Broken Spear Tip MVP right there. Goodness.
Damn it.
Perish.
Alright, here we go. Phase 2.5. This is where things are gonna get super spoopy.
You brought this on yourself.
Nope. No urns. Alright, one more good cast and we got this. Just need our cast back, please. On pops, there you go. GG. Well, GG Twitch chat. That is a new record for the spear for us at 17.
Got there. It's even crueler.
He spawned a Mega Gorgon against me the other day, and I was speechless. Mega Gorgon is scary, and the Elite Butterfly producer is scary as well. Those things have so much armor in this fight.
No.
Yes. By my father's name.
GG. Alright, so let's review that build because it's weird as shit. This was a cast build, and a single target cast build, so it all started from our Achilles aspect, which says you can now dash to your spear after you throw it. If you do, your next 2 attacks or casts are increased by 150%. We took that, and then we took True Shot, which is Artemis's cast. Very high base damage cast. Between these two things, level 5 True Shot and Achilles aspect, our cast was dealing 1800 damage on crits, which is absolutely ridiculous. Even some of the most powerful trinkets in the game can't... Oh, I didn't summon on the last boss. Well, okay, anyways. Even some of the most powerful summons in the game cannot deal that much damage, right? Absolutely ridiculous. From there, we just took a lot of things to try and mitigate. So we took Quick Recovery, Different League, Bronze Skin. Spent Spirit was essentially mitigation, Positive Outlook. And then we took a lot of max HP. So all ways to try and mitigate against this boss. Last thing that I want to talk about, Quick Spin and Massive Spin were pretty crucial to this build. So we were a cast build, right? And that was our primary thing, and it would have been easy to overlook these. But we had to be able to solve fights where we had to kill all those small rats in Act 4 without taking a million damage, where we had to kill groups of shades in Act 3, and without Quick Spin and Massive Spin, we wouldn't have been able to do that. So this build really would not have come together without these two things, even though they're off the beaten path of like what really was the core of this build. Vale says, I'm surprised you passed on the possibility of getting Artemis passive that reduces the time for crystals to drop from creatures. Yeah, so quick reload definitely would have been a great pickup, right? I think the problem is when you get to that point is there's exactly one ability, or maybe two abilities from Artemis that could have possibly made our run significantly better, right? There's no doubt that quick reload or fully loaded would have made us much stronger. But there was only a relatively small chance of getting those things. A heart is guaranteed value, right? There's no way that we don't get the max HP that we're hoping for from a heart. And so I opted for the route of consistency, is basically what it came down to. The other part was, I thought that our damage was in a good spot, but we needed more mitigation. And Artemis has no mitigation, right? No mitigation at all in the entire loadout. So there was no way that we could take Artemis and think, oh, well, if we don't get one of these two damage abilities that we really need, we'll get something that, we'll get some mitigation that we're hoping for. It just won't happen.
I just got back
All right, let's see if there's anything interesting going on in the house today. Not looking like it. Contractor?
Can't afford that.
But chat, this stuff is so expensive. Why?
I've come for questionable deals.
Titan blood for diamonds? Yeah, sure. We've got so much Titan blood. Gift to Meg. Let's level up a trinket instead. Still not sure if I'm gonna do the Olympian thruple and date Meg and Thanatos at the same time. Actually, also still not sure that's possible, but if it is, I don't know if I want to do it.
Pretty scary
Ethically murky.
there. Which to choose?
Alright, let's level up this trinket. I like this trinket. Okay, so on to shield progression. Question mark. Technically, we should rotate into Zeus aspect, but I really like the run that we did earlier, so I think we're gonna do another chaos aspect of the shield here. That being said, before we start this run, we'll try another 26 heat run with the shield. But before we do that, I do need to take a quick break. It does look like my dog needs to go outside, and so I would rather let him out and take a quick break than the other alternative. So I'll return in just a moment. Be right back, Twitch chat. Alright, dog crisis averted, and I am back. Doggy break? Yeah, doggy break indeed. I like another shield upgrade. Works well with some flat damage bonuses for poison stacking. Gets the job done while zooming from corner to corner with the shield charges. You're talking about the Zeus aspect? I find Zeus aspect to be the worst shield aspect by a long shot. I'm happy to be proven wrong about that. I think that I just don't know how to play with it well. I've made some attempts at trying to get better at it, and so far haven't had a lot of luck. So it's something that I feel that has more potential than what I've been valuing it at. But right now, I'm not good with it. So certainly we're not going to be able to push 26 heat with that shield. I'm just not good enough with it yet. With that being said, let's do the 26 heat dance. Same setup that we did before. I'm pretty sure this is the same setup that we did before. Try it again. Onward to glory, Twitch chat. 26 heat shield run.
The rivers flowing through this realm divide its region suitably enough, and every shade knows better than to try and cross them.
Every shade maybe, but not every god apparently.
Just have to cross a couple rivers then.
Heron passes through them, I pass through them, Hermes, Thanatos. Oh my god. Twitch chat. What the crap? This is our just rewards from the good luck we had last time. Garbage. Alright. I think of this garbage, I'm most willing to take Ares Aid. Rough though.
I will keep fighting.
Val, gonna go watch this one on TV lying down. Pretty chill. Good luck on your gameplay journey. Hey, thank you so much, Val. Really appreciate it. And thank you for that follow earlier. I really appreciate that. Okay, well this Pollen Power is pretty useless if we have no blessings, and I'm certainly not interested in
Nothing.
making this Ares Aid better. I'm gonna sell it the first chance I get, because it's not worthwhile in my opinion.
Let's see you
So
avoid
let's
this.
risk the heat room instead. Try and get a Poseidon.
Wretches.
No Meg wife, no follow. Well, I'm sorry for your unfollow then, but Meg wife may never happen. You know, enemies, if you could just stop spawning, I feel like that would be good. I feel like it would be appreciated by everyone involved. Alright, Twitch chat, we got these guys. Probably. Maybe. Possibly. Nice. Alright. We start the run with an empowered Poseidon boon. Will it be his attack? Will it be a special? I don't know. Let's find out. It's both. It's both. Okay. Okay. So if we take Tempest Flourish here, we can really lean into special damage. And we can take Explosive Return and do some very high damage stuff. The problem is going to be that it's not going to be as strong in Act 1. We can scale it better, I think, but it won't be as strong in Act 1. Tempest Strike, we could still hunt for an Ares, and the Tempest Strike would be useful. It'd still be good damage plus enemy control. I think we're going to take Flourish here.
Let's make some waves.
Throwing 5 shields is super strong. I think leaning into our shield throw is going to be a good way to make progress here. It's been a while since we've tried to push this high of heat without having the Ares special on the shield. Let's see if we can make it work. I think we can. Certainly with that room. No, don't hit the freaking Ares aid.
Where
Yes. Thinking Nectar. Nobody wanted that to be upgraded. Even Ares doesn't want that upgraded. How bad it is. So, I talked a little bit about how I'm extremely bad at dodging satyrs, and I realized that it's a thing I shouldn't be bad at, but for some reason I am. There's another aspect of this game that's very similar to that for me, which is any of the gods' aids that make you invulnerable are supposed to be good, they're supposed to be defensive, they're supposed to be mitigation, but whenever I use them, I just end up taking more damage. It wears off, and I can't time it correctly, and I end up taking damage I shouldn't have taken because I was invulnerable. Strangely enough. That's what happens to me all the time, so. Alright, Dionysus. Dionysus has lots of mitigation. I see no reason to re-roll this at this point. The shields are doing decent damage even without explosive return. But I think with explosive return, we could really make a build out of this. Or with, if we get Chaos Blessing or two, that increases our special damage. This is looking like it's viable. We're not going to kill Meg in 2.5 hits like we did on the last run, but we do very reasonable amount of damage. He says, I really like Ares Aid for the invulnerability. The problem for me with Ares Aid in the invulnerability is that it slows you down, like it decreases your run speed, and that decrease in run speed just backs me all up. It shouldn't, but it does. Alright, so Premium Vintage is a common role here, but being so early on in Act 1, I think we'll get a lot of benefit out of this Premium Vintage over the course of the run. I'm gonna take this. God damn it, seriously? It upgraded Ares 8 again? That is such trash. Alright, but what can you do?
Let's try this instead.
Give me a Nectar, please. Nope, Nectar, please. There it is. We will get it to upgrade our Tempest Shield. It's the last thing we do to its chat. So I've been trying to get better about using rolls during runs more effectively. It used to be that the best strategy in this game was always to save all of your rerolls for the very, very, very last act for Act 4. The reason was during the run, what you would do is hunt for life affirmation from Aphrodite. Once you had that, which used to increase the max health from hearts by, good god, by 96%, you would then re-roll every room in the last act to be a heart, and you would end up getting 300 additional max HP at the end. And that was so strong, there was no reason not to do it. And so I'm used to saving these re-rolls, just sitting on them until the very end for that reason. But I think we can use them more effectively, so I'm trying to get better about that. Our Chaos, show us special damage or attack damage. 65% increased special damage? That's great. And all we have to give up for that is taking 400% more trap damage. Well, we already instantly die from traps, so what is 400 more, right? Or 400 more percent.
Some nectar there.
Hey, fountain room. Okay, well we just got back that life that we lost to Chaos. That's nice. Dionysus or Dionysus and Poseidon? I like Dionysus and Poseidon. Trap heavy room. We've got another Chaos. Oh, we bought a Light of Ixion. Of course we have another Chaos. So, thanks to our shield throw doing good damage, I'm much more confident that we can defeat Dionysus's ads with taking a minimum amount of damage. So we're going to take this Poseidon first. Oh, I'm aware of the level 5 aid key, and it's sticking in my craw something harsh right now. All right, let's take Typhoon's Fury here. Increases wall wall damage by 250%.
This high tide.
I think that's a fairly decent thing. It'll make us a lot better at hallway fights.
Dionysus.
Oh god. Okay. Turns out this room may not be quite as good as I thought it was for taking this. I think once all the enemies are spawned in and we don't have to worry about them spawning on top of us, it'll be fine. It was getting a little dicey there for a while though, Twitch chat. I ain't gonna lie. Alright, Dionysus, what do you got for us? Survey says a really crappy roll on these two things, and then a really good mitigation roll. So we'll take mitigation for sure. Edulous Hammer. Okay. Good chat, do we just take 1,000,000 chaos? We just take 1,000,000 chaos? Is that how this run works? Do you want this Dedulous Hammer because explosive return could be fantastic for us? That being said, I do want the chaos, so I think I'm going to take both. I'm going to pass this chaos, guarantee me another one, and take this hammer. If this hammer doesn't have sudden rush or explosive return as options, I'm going to be very sad. It definitely will not have been worth it if that's not the case. But there's only like 8 options, and those are 2 of those 8 options, so chances are we will see one of the 2 things that we want. Hey Lout, what's up, buddy? Yeah, the Ares Aid was useful there. I'm not saying that it's not useful. And certainly that's true of all of the invulnerability aids. I'm just really bad at timing them. So I get use out of them, but not as much as I would hope.
Grow stronger.
Hey, Explosive Return. Alright, let's talk a little bit about why Explosive Return is good. Explosive Return says your special also deals 60 damage to foes when nearby when you catch it. Now the key phrasing here is your special deals damage, which means things that say your special deals more damage applies to Explosive Return. So where this 102% base increase is not fantastic when you're talking about the 15 damage that the shield throw normally does, when the base is 60 damage, that's significantly more. And so whenever you're running with something that increases the base damage of your shield throw, Explosive Return will pay you huge dividends. Alright, here we're going to take this key because we used up some rerolls earlier. Oh, actually, no, we're not. We're going to take this chaos. Sorry, key. I thought about you. I really did. Alright, chaos. Show us more of that sweet, sweet special damage that you know we love.
In the name of Hades.
Well, these are not special damage. That being said, Excruciating Affluence says we take 26% more damage for 4 fights afterwards. All money we find, both from room rewards and from other sources, is increased by 70%. Feels good. I feel like I can deal with that. Ooh, it's not on shuffle. Why is this not on shuffle? Has it not been on shuffle all night? That can't be true. Just hunting for some music, Twitch chat, 1 second. There we go. Alright, let's take this Excruciating Affluence. Hey, there's that key that we passed on. Okay. Now, the frightening thing about what we just did is we guaranteed, or almost guaranteed, there's one circumstance where it won't be guaranteed, that we will be cursed with extra damage for the boss fight. Since we're running with extreme measures on, there's a chance that we're fighting all 3 of the Act 1 bosses, and we'll have to do so taking 30% increased damage. That's fairly scary. Fairly scary. If it's only 2 of the bosses, maybe we're better. Depends on which bosses. Persephone tends to be the boss I take the most damage on with extreme measures. The reason is both of the other sisters have area of effect attacks, and Persephone making the room smaller makes those area of effect attacks much more deadly. We'll just have to see how it goes. Nice. Got a key, we get a reroll. Chest is gemstones. Why do I never find money chests anymore? Alright, this will be the room before the boss. Crap. We're actually gonna have both of these debuffs, or both of these curses for the boss. Yikes. Alright, well then we take the heart. Number 1, we're running with 1 stack of convenience fee, so we don't have enough money to buy anything other than a healing item in the shop, and there was no guarantee that there would have been a healing item in the shop. The heart not only increases our max health by 25, but also heals us for 25. So the heart represented not just free, which was important to us.
Persephone.
Of course, it's the boss. I just said this is my worst case scenario, right? At least we're only fighting 2 sisters, but still, this is not great. Anyway, to finish that thought, the heart was a guaranteed 25 heal, whereas the shop might not have had a healing item at all. So that's why I took that. The good news, there's no traps in this room, right? So that 400% increased trap damage curse that we have won't do anything to us here. Not that we don't already have 800% increased trap damage, because we do, so... Alright, trying to stay relatively close to her. The main reason is to get explosive return value. So explosive return is our biggest damage right now. And so despite the fact that it's a little riskier to be close to her, that's what I want to get that value from.
The walls.
Alright, this is where it gets really spooky. Electo's abilities can really wreak havoc right here. Wait, where is... There we go. Nice. Okay, no life lost on the first boss. Always a good place to be at this level of heat.
Hope she won't be back anytime soon.
And one of our chaos boons has worn off, so now our special deals another 65% increased damage. It's pretty strong.
I ought to walk you off in Tartarus.
Okay, we have to sell something. I'm most willing to get rid of Typhoon's Fury here. There's not a lot of walls in Asphodel, although there is some nice lava. But Typhoon's Fury doesn't increase the lava damage, just the wall hit damage. Plus the shield throw doesn't do a lot of knockback anyway, so we weren't getting a lot of value out of that. In terms of keepsakes here, I think what we need to be hunting for in this act is the ability to apply 2 debuffs to get that 50% damage increase. Ideally, we get Aphrodite's attack to be able to apply weakness with Bull Rush, and then we get Poseidon's debuff in order to apply his debuff with our shield throw. That's ideal. I think with the 65% increased damage that we just got from Chaos, I think I'm most interested in mitigation right now, so I think I'll go with Aphrodite. We'll pick up Poseidon's along the way if they're offered to us, but we'll definitely we'll hunt for Aphrodite's attack is the main thing we're looking for. Alright, onward to Act 2.
The Asphodel Meadows.
We look forward to seeing if the heat of Asphodel plus the 26 heat we've added to this will actually melt our shield. It's possible. Shields have to melt sometime, right? Some temperature. I mean, our damage seems reasonable, right? We're pushing these enemies down pretty well. Ah. That's what I get for paying more attention to try and see like what the damage number was, is I wasn't paying attention to the bomb. Alright, so our explosive return is doing 160 by itself.
Excellent.
Pretty good. Got a chest here. Darkness. Where is the money chest, Twitch chat? Where is the money chest? That's what everyone wants to know. Alright, we've got a Hydrolite. I don't see a reason to buy an Eye of Lamia right here. Money, we're doing okay on money. We'll have enough by the next shop we need to hit, so let's go with this heart instead, I think. By the way, if you have any questions about this game, please feel free to let me know. I've got a lot of hours in this game, be happy to respond. There's also a bot in chat you can ask questions to if you choose not to or prefer not to interact with a live person. The bot is happy to help you. You can just do !gods if you'd like to activate the bot, and it will help you with some cues of what you need to do to find additional information about the game. Wave makers, shake fist. Hate these things. Ooh. That should not have gone through my shield. I must have let go of my shield right at the same second that the bomb impacted us.
Didn't think so.
Alright, so that makes our other Chaos Spoon level up. We now get 70% more money, which is good. This offsets convenience fee, which is one of the heat modifiers we're running with that says all items now cost 50% more. Now the question is, do we take a shop or do we take 5 max health? Let's take the shop, I think. No. Let's re-roll this to a Nectar.
Not what I need right now.
Okay, well, never mind. Use another one? Yeah, let's do it. Come on.
Better idea.
Alright, that's it. I'm giving up there.
Onward.
I let the sunk cost fallacy get the best of me right there, but I should not have done that.
Let's see what's up for sale.
Teaky teak. My goodness, shouldn't you be, like, in a truck at this point? Welcome, welcome, welcome. So good to see you, my friend.
Keep me going.
I hope the move preparations go well for you. Or are going well for you. Alright, well, here's an Aphrodite. Hopefully this is Mega Gorgon. If it's the Death Barge, we're a little... Yikes.
Somebody lose a spine out there.
So Twitch chat, this is the Death Barge. Death Barge at this level of heat is absolutely, positively terrifying in all the worst ways you can imagine. We're likely to lose a life here. Just on this little non-boss room. Because it gets so crazy. So crazy. Now, luckily, we do not have Aphrodite's Aid. The last time we were here, we had Aphrodite's Aid. We managed to use it to kill ourselves twice in this fight. We will not kill ourselves twice in this fight this time, although we may indeed die several times. So, even in the best of times, this is a pretty nasty fight. But there's two things making this even worse for us. The first one is we're running with maxed out Jury Duty, which says fight 60% more enemies than you normally would. That's adding a bunch of enemies to this fight. But we're also running with a modifier called Middle Management, which says all mini-boss fights are significantly harder. That is adding yet another few elites to every one of these waves that we're fighting. So just brutal. We had gotten lucky so far that we hadn't seen a lot of Wave Makers. Wave Makers, by and large, the biggest damage dealers in this fight. And really just screw with your ability to dodge. But alas, in this last wave, we have the Wave Makers, and so now we're going to start taking some damage. Just using our aid to focus down wave makers, honestly. GG. Whew. What a fight. What a fight. Truck driving starts early in the morning. Oh, I see.
From a goddess such as me.
Yeah, I think that that did turn out. Oh, man! Coming off the heels of a nice, clean mini boss fight, we get Heartbreak Strike, which is exactly what we were looking for. That tastes good, Twitch chat. Rather clean boat, yeah. We swabbed the deck, would you say? Sneaky Teak, I know this is right up your alley. Pirate talk. Teak was talking in his stream the other day about how there was a game that just let him cosplay a pirate all the time, that he would play this game, no questions asked. I won't lie, this was my original hope for what Sea of Thieves would turn out to be, but turned out Sea of Thieves is just like a game where you just don't cosplay it, or you don't roleplay at all, you just blow up every boat you see. That's somewhat disappointing. Alright, 5 max life. Ares, I think the time for Ares is past. Dionysus, we don't have positive outlook, right? We just have premium vintage. No, we have positive outlook and premium vintage. Ooh. There's actually nothing I'm super excited about from Dionysus either. Let's re-roll. Hermes? Okay, yeah, Hermes is good. Let's do that. And this is those premium Secret of Mana tunes right here, Twitch chat. I don't know who amongst you has played the Secret of Mana, but it was one of the essential games for me growing up. It was really... It wasn't my first RPG. My first RPG was the original Final Fantasy. The Secret of Mana hooked me when I was young, man. I loved that game so much. It was the only RPG that I ever really played that had a co-op feature, and having 5 brothers, this was an important feature to allow me to ever play the game, as I was not the oldest of the brothers. And so it just really resonated with me, and so it's still something today that I absolutely love the game. And that's why when I was looking for soundtracks, I grabbed the Secret of Mana soundtrack as part of what we play on stream, because of the nostalgia for me. Alright, Hermes, what do you got? Okay, after using your call, gain dodge chance equal and move speed for 6 seconds. After you dash, move 100% faster for 9 seconds, or your cast is faster and you can hold it to fire. Well, the truth is, I don't want any of these. Normally, Second Wind is quite good. However, since Ares' aid already makes us invulnerable, the dodge chance really is useless. The move speed is okay, but not fantastic. So not super excited to take it. Alright, this is going to be the room before the boss. Do we want to take a shop, or do we want to take a heart? I think similar to our last choice, we take the heart here because it's guaranteed heal, where the shop is not. So does that mean, you said the truck driving starts in the morning, does that mean the truck itself is completely packed, or are you waiting for the morning to pack as well? And by the way, if this is too many moving questions, feel free to tell me to shut up. That's perfectly fine.
This is not the deadly Hydra chamber I expected.
Alright, welcome to the enhanced Hydra fight, where 100% of Hydras get meaner, where they go to get mean. This is different than the regular Hydra fight in a lot of ways. If you're familiar with the regular Hydra fight, you'll notice immediately the room has a significantly different layout with a lot more lava, a lot more opportunity for the Hydra and the ads to be able to hit us. Beyond that, the regular Hydra fight has 2 healing items that are part of the room, and the enhanced Hydra fight has no healing items that are part of the room, so 100% less healing items. wow, it's all green heads on this wave. Oh no, there's one yellow head, I think. Oh, that one's green too. Sorry chat, I will catch up in just a moment. Need to focus for this enhanced Hydra fight. We're gonna save this aid. We've got our greater call up, but we're gonna save it for the last phase of this fight, or the last ad phase, which starts now. So as you may or may not know, it turns out the Hydra can just break its neck off and then start following us around the room. And that's the life that we're currently living. Alright, we're gonna try and get a couple of heads down using this greater call. Alright. And then our general plan is going to be just stay on, like kind of rotate around the room, and wherever the big head is, try and not be there. I know that sounds simplistic, and it kind of is simplistic, but the execution of it's a little harder than how it sounds. Alright, we've got most of the ads down now. Be good. Uh-oh. Oh, sorry about that. My monitor flickered for a second. I was like, I'm not gonna die to monitor flicker, so I panic paused. Now the good thing about this head in this last couple phases is once it detaches its neck, it loses its ability to shoot ranged projectiles. So as long as we stay at range, this thing can't hit us. GG. Twitch chat. Digfire says, what do different head colors mean? That's a great question. So each head has a regular attack and a special attack. The special attack is correlated with the color of the head. Red heads shoot pink projectile waves similar to what the wave dashers do. Green heads summon skeletons. Purple heads shoot lava. And yellow heads have a melee AE attack. I have to pick it up in the morning and hit the road. Most things are boxed and that should help. I bubble wrapped my mic today. Funny feeling. So the Twitch studio is officially torn down then, huh? It is big. Alright, I'm gonna sell this Ares Aid. I don't care for it. Did some work for us in this last fight, but I think it's the short straw of our build right now. Alright, so we got what we were wanting from Aphrodite. I think now we take Poseidon in order to get Poseidon's debuff. Get that 50% damage buff running. I think that's what we want to do. Scary looking fights with the snake oil, yeah. So that heat modifier used to be called snake oil. Now it's just all three empowering boss things are all rolled into one called extreme measures. So if you have one stack of extreme measures, the first boss is empowered, 2, the second boss is empowered, and 3 is the utter bullshit that we're about to fight with the third boss when we find it. Alright, this palm is really strong for us. I'm not sure that we can beat this room without taking a single point of damage, though. Give it a try.
Punishment has its
See what happens. The one piece of advice, I don't know how many times you've moved in your life,
How about
Sneaky
a
T,
little contest, boy?
is that for me, hacking the truck always takes longer than I expect it to. No matter how long I expect it to take, it always takes longer. Oh god, we've got a champion bow. Yikes. So champion bows shoot like 8 arrows at a time. Pretty nasty stuff. Hypothetically, our shield can protect us from those arrows, but only if we happen to be blocking them from the front at the time that they're shot. And we know exactly where those arrows are coming from. The one weakness that they do have is they turn pretty slowly. now that its armor is broken, now we can just push it down. Whew.
Gloat all you like.
How's that?
Alright, let's make this Tempest Flourish better. I think that's the way that we need to go here.
Very good.
Sorry, came in a little late. Is this an area curse shield built? No, so not a curse build this time. So this time we have Poseidon's shield throw, the Tempest Flourish. There's no Ares in this build. We had Ares Aid, but we just sold it. Take a key to get another reroll. So this is from the soundtrack of another one of my formative RPGs, Final Fantasy X.
Weak.
The other tip vis-a-vis moving that served me well recently has been always figure out how you're going to get the bed in the truck first, and then do everything else after that. Bed and furniture. Maybe that might be a fairly obvious tip. I don't know. Yeah, I'd say it's been working okay. We're having to manage it a lot more. The benefit of the Ares build is that we really don't have to, we just focus entirely on defense, and we just trust that our shield is going to kill everything else. We can't quite pull that off with this build. It's not strong enough. We have to be a little more targeted in how we're playing. Ooh. This is a quick 20 damage to take that I didn't want. Okay, you know what? This is getting too spooky for me. I'm out. I'm out.
Look at all this.
Okay, I'll take this heal. Take this heart. I'm not interested in Dionysus right now, really. I am interested in Poseidon. Am I worried about the Minotaur? Might be slightly worried about the Minotaur, but I'm gonna try this anyways. Well, it's not the Minotaur anyway, so this fight I think we'll be okay on. So in this fight we have these 2 giant red balls. Normally you only fight 1 giant red ball, but thanks to middle management heat debuff, we get 2. While these red balls are alive, enemies will continuously spawn. When they spawn, they will spawn as these weak little soul adds, and you can kill them while they're souls in order to manage them well. They will, however, not stop spawning until all of the red orbs that are present are dead. Again, there's usually 1 is the base amount. Once the red orbs are dead, they do stop spawning, and you can just finish off the ones that are there. That being said, shield enemies are frightening, and so I'm trying my best to get the other enemies down before trying to deal with this shield, as it's going to do a huge amount of damage to us if we try and deal with it while we're fighting these other ones. Hey, that worked out. Nope, nope. Nobody's getting their stuff back. Come on, Poseidon, show us your debuff.
Butterflies.
There it is, Poseidon's debuff, Razor Shoals. Your knockaway effects also rupture foes.
The ocean's
We now have weakness being applied by our attack and Razor Shoals being applied by our special, which means we are applying 2 debuffs, effectively increasing our damage by 50%.
Than.
And a Thanatos room.
Zagreus. Looks like we've got.
If you're newer to the stream, this is Thanatos, God of Death, and also our boyfriends. We have romanced Thanatos in this game. So, our relationship status remains undefined, but we think we're going out. I'm not really sure. I've never been a connoisseur of dating sims, so I'm not sure how to tell if we're actually dating or not, but we have an understanding, okay? We have an understanding. Anyways, beyond the dating part of it, the way that Thanatos rooms work is we compete against Thanatos, the god of death here, to see who can kill the most monsters. If we are able to kill the most monsters, we get a bonus reward, but you do get the room reward whether or not you win. You don't have to beat Thanatos in order to get the room reward, only to get the bonus reward.
One's responding. Got to hold on.
Now, it's fair to say this is, it's fair to say, it's reasonable to say this is an unfair fight, and the reason is that all of Thanatos' attacks do 9,999 damage and pierce armor. That being said, the enemies don't have 9,999 life, so we don't have to be able to do that much damage. We just have to be able to do enough damage to kill them in order to be able to beat Thanatos, which is exactly how this played out.
Delicious.
We'll take this Palm of Power, make our special better,
I'll earn your favor yet.
Good work.
and then we get this
For
heart.
the health.
Yeah, so if you lose this Thanatos room, you still get the base room reward, you just don't get the bonus heart. So if you're low on life, a very real strategy and reasonable strategy is to just let Thanatos kill everything and just avoid as much damage as possible. That is a very viable strategy. We have not seen the Daedalus Hammer in Act 3 yet, and that is one thing I would like to see. I'm still interested in seeing Sudden Rush. Very powerful shield ability. I would very much like to have it as part of my arsenal. Alright, 1 second, Twitch chat. This song is too soft. Next. Give me something a little more upbeat. Some. Getting a little late for me. I need some music to pump me up. Oh, come on. Here we go. Celeste always pumps me up. No Celeste soundtrack here. Ooh. Some butterflies to the face right there, Twitch chat. The good news is we have a small shop in here, a Well of Charon. The small shops are guaranteed to have some sort of healing items. May not be an immediate healing item, which is definitely what we prefer at this point, but it's guaranteed to have some sort of a heal. And we have plenty of money. My biggest worry right now is losing a life before we get to the Act 3 boss. We're probably going to lose 2 lives on the Act 3 boss as it is, and so I really don't want to lose any before that. Alright, well, there's a heal. Nice. There's that Daedalus Hammer we talked about. Let's take it. Come on, Sudden Rush. The Celeste soundtrack is fantastic. Not only is it just fantastic in and of itself, but it's uniquely video gamey, right? Like, you can never hear the Celeste soundtrack and be like, oh, is this from a video game? No, you know it's from a video game. Like, it's kind of got like an 8-bit MIDI kind of feel to it, even though the music is more complex than that. So good. That being said, when it comes to the game itself, I'm really bad at it. I am nowhere near a good enough platformer to be able to even complete Celeste, much less do the hard sides at all. So I haven't played the game all that much. I reached my limit of platforming ability pretty early and was like, okay. Ooh, Sudden Rush. Nice. Sudden Rush says your Bull Rush charges much faster but does not knock foes away. Turns out we don't care about knocking foes away, but charging a lot faster gives us so much more mobility. Just fantastic. Here I'm going to take Patroclus just to take the heal. Again, worried about making sure that we keep all the lives we have to this last boss. Now, granted, the next room will be the room before the boss, so it's actually... we take Cyclops Jerky Select here and do 40% more damage? No, most of our damage comes from our special. That's not gonna be that big of a deal.
Now leave me be.
All right, let's take this. Let's take this shop because we have enough money that we could buy something good.
What's new, Kieran?
All right.
I'll pay for that.
Sweet Nectar, Palms of Power you find are more effective. Yeah, let's do that.
Let's make some waves, right, Uncle?
And then we'll heal the full when we go into this next room anyway, so we don't need to buy this healing item. Alright, Twitch chat, here is the absolute goddamn monstrosity that is the Empowered Act 3 boss. Hope you're ready. I hope I'm ready. Do this thing.
Care for a rematch?
It is as the king said. You will not leave Elysium except through us.
Oh, then I will leave through you, Bull. So that right there, the Bull's incredibly fast rush. Sudden rush allowed us to deal with that, where normally we wouldn't have been able to. So just stay away from this big swingy. Again, sudden rush doing such work for us there, allowing us to get out of that pile of bombs that Theseus had put down for us. Oh. Mini Minotaur likes to give me shit about, ouch. Beating up on poor defenseless Minotaurs, but Twitch chat. This Minotaur is not poor or defenseless, and he appears to take no shit from nobody, so I don't see how I'm picking on this Minotaur. I think this Minotaur is picking on me. Alright. Really focusing on the Minotaur first here because I really feel that he is the biggest problem in this fight. Theseus is annoying while he's on his chariot, but manageable. The Minotaur, if you aren't blocking during that big swinging attack one time, you will just straight up lose a life.
We're not finished.
Okay, Minotaur down. Now we just need to deal with Theseus. That should put him into phase 2 at some point here. Come on, go into phase 2, Theseus. Let's go, buddy. Really looking forward to you going into phase 2. Okay, there we go. Phase 2.
How many times?
So phase 2, Theseus gets knocked out of his pretty chariot. And this becomes the regular Theseus fight. Which is to say, still not trivial, but easier than when he's on a golden chariot with machine guns. So, GG. Ah, fantastic.
Who's champion now? Something for the mirror.
Deseric says, this is one nightmare for melee builds. It absolutely is. Yeah. Yeah, Derzak, I completely agree. Is there a list of mementos anywhere? Yeah, the keepsakes you can find on the wiki. Unfortunately, the room auto mods out links, so Marizwith's great attempt to help you out there did not work. But if you just Google Hades game wiki, it will get you to the wiki, and that does have up-to-date information on most of the keys. No! This is terrifying. Okay. We're not going to give up Heartbreak Strike. This is 50% damage reduction. Razor Shoals with Heartbreak Strike means 50% damage increase, which I think means we have to get rid of Positive Outlook,
Won't be needing that.
which is unfortunate because it's really good. And then I think what we're going to do is we're going to take Broken Spirit Point. This has saved us so much life at high heats in this, in Act 4, that I definitely think it's worth it.
I can do this. I can do
It doesn't delete your message, it replaces it with stars. So it's not Nightbot, it's the Twitch built-in moderation, so it doesn't delete messages, it actually just fixes, quote-unquote, your message before it ever lands in the chat. Alright, we're going to save our money for the moment. The reason is that we want to be able to buy a life if we're offered one. And here I definitely think a heart is probably one of our best case scenarios, so I'm going to take this heart. Yeah, pretty sad that it made us sell Positive Outlook. Certainly not our worst case scenario, but it's not good either. Oh, Sneaky Peek, that fight is so brutal. We usually lose 2 to 3 lives right there. That was an exceptionally clean version of that fight for us. Nice. Healing item, please. Thank you. Alright, so here we are, Act 4, 26 heat. Freaking yikes, Twitch chat. This is only the second time we've ever done this, on probably 2-ish weeks ago, I think it was, 2 or 3 weeks ago. We got to Hades on 26 heat. Since then, there was a week that I didn't stream at all, and then a week that we did non-progression runs, so we spent a lot of time doing silly things like beating the game with Hero Darkness, and then doing some fulfilling some of the minor list of minor prophecies. Hey, there's a life. Heck yes. Fantastic. Flat Victus says, is 26 what you need for the 3rd statue? So when I unlocked the 3rd statue, you needed 24. I've been told that as of the latest patch, you need 32. However, my statue remains unlocked. So the answer is, I don't know. I've heard that it is now 32, but it seems comfortable still letting my statue be uncovered, and I've definitely not beat it with 32. Oh crap, where's my healing fountain? There it is. So, thanks to Broken Spear Tip, satyrs are less troubling to me than they normally are. The reason is that their poison can only hit you once every 1.5 seconds. So even if they manage to hit me with 3 spears, which they always do, and even if they poison me, which they always do, I only take 1 hit. So I appreciate that. Just putting that out there. Get our first heart of the run, or of the act. Sitting at 360 max health. We've got all our lives back. That's pretty fantastic. And so now what are we going to do? We're going to buy some of these palms. We have Sweet Nectar, which says palms are 1 level more effective. And both of these palms are base 2 levels. So between these 2 palms, this represents 6 levels of upgrades.
Cheers, mate.
Do we bring this up to 195? I think it's better to first bring this up to 143. That's such a huge jump. And we do have to attack just as much as we special. We'll save the rest of our money in case we need to buy heals or other things. Let's reroll this money to a heart. Let's continue to get heals. Let's continue to increase our max health. Feels like the right things to be doing at this point in the run. I am still a little worried about our single target damage. It's not quite as high as our winning builds normally are. That being said, it's not bad, and our mitigation is on point, so I have high hopes for the last boss, but we'll see. The last boss is always brutal, and at 26 heat, it gets even more brutal. So. This, by the way, is a track from the Secret of Mana soundtrack called Fond Memories. I cannot for the life of me remember where this plays during the game. Full disclosure, it's been a long time since I've played it. Although, so Secret of Mana 2 was never released in the US. It was a game called, can't remember what the Japanese name of it is. Seiken Detsu, maybe? But not only have they recently released it for the Switch, but Square Enix is doing a full remake of the game, which is pretty interesting. And I got to play that at PAX. That's where the story was going. Is I played that at PAX and it was pretty cool.
Should be useful.
All right, Heartbreak Strike to level 7, Tempest Flourish to level 8, or Razor Shoals to level 4. We don't really care about the damage from Razor Shoals. We just care about it applying a second debuff. I'm gonna upgrade our special here. And then we're just going to go straight to the boss. These other hallway fights there's nothing we're going to get that's going to make us so good that it's worth risking our position right now. We're at 380 max life, 380 current life, and 3 lives. Our position going to the last boss isn't going to get better than what it is right now. Yeah, I know. Without that level 5 aid, we probably tanked the run, but we'll have to see what happens here.
I guess there's only one thing left to do.
Oh, you know what? I think this is the song that plays when you're in the shrines.
Come all this way again to fall to me. Would that you paid me such
What Victus
respects
says,
back
whose
in the
legendary
house.
keepsake from? I only have Meg's. The one we're using right now is from Sisyphus, and the reason is it's the only one that can be used against this boss that I know of. Alright, we're gonna do some ridiculous stuff here. We're gonna face tank him a little bit, basically. I don't suggest doing this, but...
You've no control over your
Oh,
strength.
God, it had to be a shield, didn't it? Okay. The shield is very concerning for the chat. I will take so much damage from this shield if we don't do something about it. Got it. We can't let it get back up. Gotta die, shield. Okay, good. Good. I'm happy to talk more about keepsakes here in just a second. As soon as I'm done with this area of the fight right here.
Not interested in the analysis now, Father. Sisyphus.
Lord Hades himself. Was that a boulder from the blasted sky?
Show yourself, Father.
Pathetic.
The one downside of Sisyphus' summon is that the money and stuff that it drops can actually be hit by you. And so you saw there that it actually interrupted our bull rush a couple of times. It's not perfect. Truthfully.
Got you.
Can I do it again?
I
No, I
do not
can't.
think
Okay.
so.
Fine.
Enough of this.
Oh crap. So, little known fact, if you haven't played on this with high heat, those urns that he summons are considered traps. And if you're running with 800% increased trap damage like we are, stepping on one of those urns during that phase will instantly kill you. So we gotta be careful. So his urn attack is definitely the scariest attack that he has for us. Oh god. I thought, he's phase changing. This is a fine time to take one quick glance at chat. Truly, right? Turns out, no, it's not. Broken Spirit Point gonna save us from some damage here until we get our block up.
You can't withstand me.
Get. Twitch chat.
You tell
Ah,
no one
26
about
heat Hades
to hear
kill.
me.
Oof.
See you at home.
Oof.
Goodbye, Father. I did it.
Wow, what a run, Twitch chat. What a run. That is our highest ever clear of this game. And it's been a long time coming. Ah. Oof. Thank you all so much for being here, Twitch chat. Fantastic. And I'll tell you what, you know, our last few runs, we really were leaning heavily into the Ares-based Curse Shield, thinking that that was the only way that we'd progress because it's so strong. But look at this. This doesn't have Ares at all, right? This is built around Poseidon of all things, is how we won. The Poseidon shield throw along with the Chaos shield aspect. And we just built up the base damage of this, right? Explosive return, Abyssal Flourish, Tempest Flourish. That's how we won. Fantastic. Ah, such a good run, Twitch chat.
The Underworld Prince is getting rather good at this, but let us say he perished anyhow.
That was the Sisyphus summon. Yes, that was indeed the Sisyphus summon. And yes, I do believe it drops a boulder on him. Yeah, I believe it's from defending him as well, Meriswith. My understanding of progression is a bit off, since I had unlocked most things before this last patch came out where they added the Sisyphus trinket,
Very
but
tired.
all I did was be nice to him, and he gave me a trinket. Alright, Twitch chat. It is getting late for me, but I am going to do one last run. We're going to do a speed run, just to see how we can do. Probably going to go with the sword here, go with Zagreus aspect,
Keepsakes hold power.
go with this nice lambent plume, and just really run into it. Merswith says, is explosive fire plus spread fire as awesome as I think it is on the rail? It's pretty good, yeah. Pretty good. I don't know how awesome you think it is, so it's hard to say, is it as awesome as you think it is? But it's pretty good. Or would the piercing fire be better? Piercing with spread or with explosive fire? So piercing fire is good with spread because it allows you to shoot through shields.
I don't think so.
But the downside is spread has less range, so piercing fire isn't going to do as much actual piercing for you. I think taking Thunder Flourish is a mistake here. So maybe Lightning Strike or Thunder Dash. Take Lightning Strike, I think. We'll go Explode and see what happens. Yeah, Explode is a good choice. I think Explode is a good choice.
That's my keepsake.
We're gonna take Chaos because Chaos is fast. This will be my last run, by the way, Twitch chat. We will probably host up somebody if somebody I know is streaming, and I will hang out there for a little while, but this is gonna be my last run. This speed run here. Well, special doing more damage sounds fantastic, so let's go for it. Of course, our special, this increase comes at a curse of move slower. But that's okay. We can manage that. We don't need to move all that fast. Just need to get to where the next enemy is most of the time.
My keepsake.
Onward and forward. So what we're really looking for is something that does some nice damage on our special. In particular, Artemis is best.
My plume grew stronger.
I'm not the kind of speedrunner that's going to sit here and restart my run a million times to try and get the perfect loadout. We're just going to go with whatever the game gives us. But if the game happens to give us Artemis's special, well, we wouldn't say no.
That's what it proved.
Only opening up this to see if there's a chaos, and there is. Shop is fast. Let's take a shop.
Sounds like Charon's breathing up ahead.
Hermes is fast.
This one.
Move 20% faster? Sure.
Time to pick up the pace. More numbskulls?
There's that chaos that we bought. Twitch chat, we have to have all of the curses. I mean, if we don't have all of the curses, how could we even say we've played this game? But we're just gonna take all the chaos that we can find.
That was the landing plume. Let me have it.
Now that we don't have that run speed reduction, you're gonna notice a significant difference in how we move in this game, Twitch chat. Yeah, another 68% more special damage? Sure. Heart. Should have re-rolled this heart for another God Blessing. That's okay. Be speedy, Twitch chat. Be speedy. Bring in armored enemies. I will face tank you like I face tank all the things and speed runs.
Good night.
Alright, let's take this. Alright, there's a heal right there, potentially, and also maybe potentially a chaos. Nice. We haven't seen the Daedalus Hammer yet. We would like to see Daedalus Hammer. Despite its nerf, Double Nova is still fantastic for this, what we're trying to do. Supernova also would be appreciated, I think.
Swift as Hermes.
Alright, let's take this heal, just so that we can continue to face tank. Take a Nectar. Rerolling is too slow, so that key isn't necessary. Ah! Like the third time I thought I had killed them all and there's still one left. Don't like it. We've already not gotten our Lambent Plume proc in this room. How can we even say that we're going fast? Yeah, I am interested in hearing your results there, Marizwa. Excessifus, he seems fast. We'll gift to Boldy.
Princess, it seems you brought my little shady back to visit me. How very kind.
Oh yeah, this is my first time talking to Sisyphus with his relic
He
equipped.
is, sir, and I'm grateful once again to have adopted him. You sure you don't want him back, though? Always seems like you could use a friend.
All due respect, Highness, but I've the best friend anyone can ask for to my right just there. And as for Little Shady, he was more inclined than I to see the farthest reaches of the underworld. Safe travels to you both.
Take this money,
That you do.
whatever this is.
Thank you, mate.
Artemis,
Spend it all in one place, mate.
take pressure points.
Artemis.
Oh,
Time to face the
Okay.
Furies.
we can still get our first Daedalus Hammer in the next
Hasn't,
act.
No. Though I'm prepared to say I don't need special augmentations to get past you.
Oh, Omega's commenting on our lack of a Daedalus Hammer. Interesting. I didn't realize that she did that. I know that she complains about the Mirror of Night, and you get some like little interaction if you fight her without the Mirror of Night. Didn't realize that she also did that with Daedalus Hammer. Alright, Meg. Come on. Come to the face tanking. I'll lose a life. I'll lose a life. Feels like a shotgun shooting Dragon's Breath rounds.
I did it.
Okay, that's fair.
My Chaos Boon evolved a new effect.
Oh, nice. Our Chaos Boon evolved.
How did you?
You gonna sell anything? Wouldn't mind selling that Lightning Strike, to be perfectly honest.
Coin goes
Take a
in,
heal
coin
here,
goes out.
so that we can keep blatantly pushing forward through things with no regard for our own safety. Like you do.
Change of scenery at least.
Haven't seen a video of Dragon's Breath shotgun rounds. I highly recommend Googling it. I appreciate the suggestion, although I probably won't do that. I'm not particularly interested in guns or ammo in any way. Alright, Hermes, what do you got? Your special is faster? Yes, it is.
Speed.
Alright, Palm of Power, sure.
More slap dances.
And we're speedy.
Good enough to eat.
Let's make this lightning strike better, I guess. We should have done pressure points, actually. Bad call. Hello. You here, collecting Hades streamers to watch when I'm too burnt out to play. Well,
Greetings, Charon.
I play a lot of Hades on this stream. In fact, it's the only game that I play on this stream. At least the only game I've played on this stream for a long time. So if you have questions or you just want to talk about the game, and I'm always here. Or I would love to do that. Won't say I'm always here, that's not true.
Make yourself at home. Why not have a quick
Alright, Rosia Delight. I'm not interested in upgrading the Zeus Palm that we have. Let's take Refreshing Nectar. I think. Hope that we get an Artemis. Nice.
Come again.
Alright, Death Barge. Death Barge is a little slow, but we can probably manage this with some face tanking. Break these pillars for some money. Normally I'd ask what the heat sources are, but 26 I'd imagine most of them. Yeah, and by the way, this run is not at 26. We're doing a speed run to finish off the night. We did just beat the beat Hades at 26 heat though. It was our highest clear ever.
Let's do some death.
And yes, most of the modifiers are turned on. The modifiers that I avoid the most are reduced healing, reduced darkness, and time limit. Those I think are the most frightening of all. Oh, well thank you. I really appreciate it.
Hey Zagreus, good luck out there this
Oh, these aren't the things. This is not my beautiful spire. Okay. I think of these things, Artemis's Aid is likely to be the best for us. We can use this to push through boss phases. Although I'm not interested in any of those things, to be perfectly transparent. I think they're all pretty bad for us. We need something to enhance our special is what we need. And so as slow as re-rolling is, we're probably going to re-roll, try and get something on our special here, if we're given the option to. Oh. Morgan, stay out of the friggin' lava, please. Fire says, what does darkness do for a run? I thought it was just out of run. Yeah, so by default that's true. Darkness is the main meta progression tool. There is a perk that you can unlock at the contractor that says whenever you pick up darkness from a room reward, also get 5 max health. Oh yeah. In this case we were talking about the heat modifier that says you can only use X amount of darkness in the mirror. That's absolutely correct. Deadly Flourish is fantastic.
The might of
Great.
Huntress.
I'm happy with that. so happy with that. In particular, it used to be that the lives that you purchased at the mirror, to be able to have 3 lives, each life was the same cost, and then you just bought it 3 times. When that was true, unless you were running on like the highest heat reduction, you could still have 3 lives while running on reduced heat. That is no longer true, and that's another thing that makes the heat modifiers spooky, especially since it's very difficult, if not impossible, to get more lives than you start with in the game now as of this last major patch. Come on, Hydra. Go. Don't go over lava. I need to be hitting you. Oh, heals. All the way up from spawn his heads. While the timer's paused in between acts, I will take some time to look at and respond to chat real fast. We're sitting at 8 minutes already coming out of here, so this is far from our speediest of speedruns, but still I'm trying to go as fast as I can. Got him.
Enough.
Even the first rank of heat locks you out of boon rarity and fated authority entirely, yeah. Although, thanks to the contractor upgrade that allows keys to give you fated authority stacks, it doesn't completely remove the ability to do to reroll rooms, which is pretty cool. The only way to get it though is with the legendary chaos boon. Yeah, and I have never seen that legendary chaos boon, not since the patch came out. So it might be something that's only available on God mode. I don't know, but I have not seen it since the patch, and I take a lot of chaos. I take a lot of chaos.
That's what the outside world is
Case in point.
Interesting. In the name of Hades.
Merswood says, question at the sticks. Charon has 2 Poseidon boon, one is 350 and one is 150. Is the more expensive one better? The answer is yes. So that is an empowered boon. It will have higher rolls. Well, it has a chance to have higher rolls. It's all chance based, right? So there's a chance that you'll take it and still get something that's worse, but in general it will be better. Increase our attack damage, increase our dash attack damage. Happy to increase our dash attack damage as we dash attack a lot. Probably painfully common question, but what is your least favorite weapon? My least favorite weapon is the sword. And the reason for that is I'm usually trying to push heat. 26 heat is where we're at with shield. We're nowhere near that with the other weapons. We're somewhere in the teens, like 15 to 20 with the other weapons. But the sword is the lowest, and the reason is that it's like sword is such a risky weapon, right? To have to get into melee range when enemies are all doing 100% increased damage is just very dicey. And I found the sword to be the hardest one to progress with. A runner-up to that is the bow, where the bow in particular I think really starts to struggle in Act 3 and Act 4 on high heat. But the sword is definitely my least favorite, just because I'm not able to... I don't know. I like to play this. I feel like the sword wants you to play it by going in and kind of brawling with enemies, but if you actually do that, you just won't get very far. I don't really like that. Interesting, since bone swords are the ones I treat as casting sticks. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely true. So, Poseidon Aspect is my favorite version of the sword, and it's often because I end up using them as casts instead. Terra aspect is definitely good, but Chiron aspect I think is the best aspect of the bow. It just has a real downside if you have to figure out how to do area of effect damage. Alright, I'm gonna take Supernova here.
Feel stronger.
Guy and Maurice, thank you so much for those follows. I really appreciate it. Oh, speedrun. Yay. I'm sitting here making informed choices about what room to take, and I'm supposed to be speedrunning this thing, Twitch chat. Can't take this mini boss. Mini boss is too slow. But I'd say even then, like, if you're doing a Poseidon aspect build, if you're gonna build cast, it takes... Hold on. I hate this screeching in this song. I'm gonna pass this one up. Cast builds take so many pieces to come together. You really need like 4-ish blessings usually to make a cast build like an effective thing, right? And so there's so many opportunities for RNG to just say no. That even when doing a cast build, I think it's still iffy.
I accept this gift.
I was hoping there'd be a chaos there. Wasn't worth our time then.
I don't think so.
Anything except Zeus is perfectly fine. Face tanks and chariots. Hello, chariots. Face tank. Heart seems good. Here would probably be your lowest hovering around 10 feet. I think I'm just using it wrong though. So my suggestion for the spear is there's a trap built into the spear, and that trap is the spin. The spear calls to you, it says, hey, I've got this huge area of effect attack, and by the way, it does 100 base damage. You need to use me all the time. And if you do that, you will get your ass kicked. The spin is powerful, but powerful because it's risky. It's so risky. And it's so easy to look at those times that you did a spear spin and you crit and you killed everything on the screen and it was so awesome, and forget about all those times you take damage while you're charging it up. And by the way, once you take damage, it stops charging. It actually interrupts you, so you never got that spin off in the first place. And that to me is the real trap of the spear. I spent like an entire week never using the spin attack on the spear, specifically to try and break myself of that habit. Now, definitely quick spin makes that a lot better, right? But the truth of the matter is, like, you have to know, like, spin is great in certain circumstances, right? But it's a situational thing, even with quick spin. So you got to know what those situations are.
No clear of them for now.
Come on, Dan, give me. Thank you. Come on, open the freaking door. Oh. I'd only use it when things are about to spawn, but it feels like I'm just using a stripped down version of a better feeling weapon. No. I really like the spear. Spear is in fact like among my favorites. I really like explosive launch or exploding launcher. It's really good. That's a fantastic ability. I think that spin builds with quick spin can be fantastic. Some of the strongest builds in the game. We beat Hades on 17 feet with Achilles spear earlier by using an Achilles spear build with an Artemis cast. And then on top of that, we had quick spin and massive spin. So what we did was we used the Artemis cast to just push out massive damage, but its weakness was single target, right? And so we used our spin to solve our area of effect problem where we needed to do damage to multiple enemies. We used the spin for that, and then we used the cast for our single target boss fights, and it worked out really well. Hey, come on, don't make me lose a life just because I'm face tanking you and not paying attention to mechanics. Okay, great, awesome. Almost never use spin, and still my worst. I don't like the special, and the regular attack feels narrow. Yeah, I mean, these are reasonable concerns, definitely key.
I shall see you outside.
I personally like the special, but I think maybe some of that too is I have
My keepsakes.
all of the aspects maxed out, and in particular, I love the special with the Zagreus aspect of the shield maxed out. It flies so far, so fast. You get like multi-skewer or exploding launcher, and oh, it just feels like a dream. It handles so nicely. I love it. All right, Vigilus Hammer, yes please. I think the key for me of using the Spirit is if you're going to use the special, make sure that you're using the special for what it's good for, right? If you're going to take something that's increasing the base damage of your special, you need to be looking for Exploding Launcher, right? That's the thing that's really going to make your day. If you're looking for, you know, your Spear Throw to be good, then you're looking for Zeus, you're looking for Ares, you're looking for Dionysus, right? Something that does on-hit effects. Just like you are for the attack for the rail, right? If you're not using Hestia aspect. But I think it's good. It's just you have to build around its nuances. I think that's also true of most of the other builds. I'd say the shield is the exception to that, where you can build shield into a good build based on almost anything. I guess trying to go like lightning attack with the shield is probably not going to work well for you.
Get out.
Understood.
Let's go, Stygius.
Level Nova, yes please. Need a heal, please. Thank you.
Got to find something for Cerberus. Should check this way.
Constraint to Hades aspect to avoid the special and get something out of the spin. Hades aspect is good. Although I think Hades aspect is the hardest of the spear aspects to make work. And that's mostly because, like I said, the spear or the spin is often a trap, right? And so there's lots of times where the spin is going to, like, the aspect of the weapon relying on spin is very limiting. Because most of the time, a lot of the time, you don't want to spin. Rely on left click builds. I play with controller, so I don't know which one left click. Is that the attacker or is that the special? Oh, nice. Okay.
It's no use.
How much money do we have? We shop?
Should
Good
stop
shop,
out for
right?
the road ahead.
Pressure points. Anything else? Nope. Right, onward we go. Going into the Hades fight at 16 minutes. This is pretty good. Our best time is like 15.5 minutes, so we're doing pretty decently here. Hades thrives when you can spin things and they're still significantly alive. If that's happening, it sounds like fun. If that's happening, it sounds like you have an issue. I mean, it depends. Like when you're running with a maxed out calisthenics program, a lot of stuff is gonna survive a spin, right? Especially if it's an unpowered up spin, or even if you have Artemis, right? But you don't get a crit.
What shall it take for you to cease with
Sorry, Father, but we're going to ignore your ads, I think. Alright, I explicitly took some hits right there, and the reason was to do this. Just push him through as much of this phase as possible. Where you at, Dad? Phase tank must happen. Let's do this. If we'd gotten a slightly better roll on Hermes here, we'd be able to just spam our special. Unfortunately, come on, charge our call again. Oh no, not urns. Whatever shall we do? How about you go into phase 2.5? Here we go. Alright, aid is almost up again. There it is. Eat it. Pops. GG. 17.5 minutes, not bad. I consider anything under 20 minutes to be a pretty good speed run. I know that people who like actually speed run this game, that would be insulting to call this a speed run, but I'm aiming more for fun and some lighthearted, relaxing runs than I am actually like trying to push a record of speed or something. Alright, GG Twitch chat. This is the most cookie cutter speed run of all time. Deadly Flourish on the special, Lambent Plume, and then Zagreus Aspect of the Sword, which increases our move speed. Nothing special to write home about there. We do run pretty quick though. Yes, that's the TLDR here. I've gotten so much better at this game, but I cower and feel fear when Dad summons a Grey Chariot. Yeah, the armored chariots are nasty.
Would you mind diving in these waters, Prince? To which the prince replies,
Oh, sure.
no.
Is Ambrosia only used to unlock the companions? It's also used to empower the companions that you have unlocked. But as far as I know, that's the only explicit reason to use them. You can unlock new story content with the characters with them, but that's the only gameplay aspect that they're used for, as far as I know. I could be wrong.
What's in stock?
Alright, we're definitely not going to buy Titan Blood. Alright, Twitch chat. That is going to be the end of the stream for me. Thank you all so much for being here. I hope you've enjoyed the stream. If you like Hades, we are going to be streaming more Hades. I stream two things on this channel, game development and Hades. We haven't done a game dev stream in a while, mostly because I've been really into Hades and a lot of people are just discovering this game thanks to the Steam launch. So I've been prioritizing this over game development, and I'll probably continue to do that through the holidays. Right now, I am going to raid my good friend Mini Minotaur, who's playing some Slay the Spire, which is another roguelike, although it's a strategy roguelike instead of an action roguelike like this game is. But a lot of the concepts are the same. In fact, I played a lot of Slay the Spire and watched a lot of streamers play it, and how I built my build strategies from this game comes around a lot of the ways that you build for Slay the Spire. So if any of that sounds interesting to you, please come with me, hang out in Minnie's channel for a while. I'll be there probably for about a half hour or so. It is fairly late my time, and I do have work tomorrow, although it will mostly be holiday parties and that sort of thing. So yeah, if you want to stick around, I would appreciate that. If not, thank you all so much for being here. There is a follow button up top. It's free. It lets you know when I go live. That is the best way to know when I go live. Or follow me on Twitter at ElisandePoet. My streaming schedule is very hectic these days because of my wife's job, so there is no set schedule, so following me is the best way to know when the stream is on. Other than that, Twitch chat, whoever you are, wherever you are, I hope you have a great rest of your day or night, as it may be for you. Claire, Key, Mariswith, Stakefires, Durzog, if you're still around, Key, Flet Victus, everyone else who has been interactive with this channel throughout the course of tonight. Thank you all so much. I greatly appreciate it, and it's been great playing Hades with you and talking to it without you. But now it's time for me to bow out and watch some Slay the Spire. All right, hope to all see you in Minnie's channel. Good night, Twitch chat.
And I know what you mean.